Ugh. Not the same message, but an error occurred. Wait a moment, then try again. You fucking cocksucker. Give it 30 seconds and I'll try again.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
You're actually live right now. I can hear you. You're live on air on YouTube right now. You're
Really?
actually live right now. Yeah, you're live on air on YouTube right now. That's really? Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll press an intro then.
Okay.
Okay, this is fucking weird because it still says scheduled. You guys aren't showing as being live in the StreamYard, but you're live on fucking YouTube. StreamYard's got a fucking. I want my money back.
It's fucking pathetic. What the fuck? So, good morning, everybody. Welcome to TEE TV. Hopefully, this doesn't just cut off randomly as some stupid shit.
God damn it.
Pathetic.
I think you said this cocksucker on ear.
Yeah, that's worst. First words for a podcast. This week we're discussing Black Sails Season 1 and 2 and Godzilla Minus One. With me is the CW and Mr. Stone. Also Jim.
But not really. Only here because this is weird.
Say hello.
He's always here for the strange.
Hello, everyone.
Okay. So, want to do Black Sails or Godzilla first?
I don't know.
I'm all disillusioned.
Yeah. We're all discombobulated because StreamYards is being weird.
Yeah, I just refreshed it. It's still not saying. It's still saying scheduled and not live. So then it doesn't even say end broadcast. It says go live. So what the fuck happens when you press end go? I don't know what the fuck is going on. Can't wait till the show's over to find out though.
We don't tend to say anything salacious behind the scenes, but if you know, that could be dangerous.
But we can't do this. This is weird. I mean, what if we go through a couple of hours and nothing?
It's kind of a good point. Like, what if it? Well, it's already on YouTube, so it's going to save on YouTube.
Yeah, it's gonna save. Besides, I have the stream open on another tab to make sure that we stay live. Yeah,
I was going to say maybe we just check it every now and then.
Yeah, I'll check it every now and then. Yeah.
Well, fuck. All right, fuck it. Whichever order you guys want to go in, I'm ready. I guess it's just.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm down to discuss Godzilla Minus One first because I have Godzilla on the brain.
And I'm always down to clown. So let's go.
Yep. Okay. So.
Gojira!
Yeah. So, like my avatar and my name says, "Run! It's Godzilla!" Just, oh my god, that was terrible. But no, just Godzilla.
It's the PC version.
Yeah. But Godzilla Minus One was, I will say, it was as good as everyone said it was. It was amazing. And like we were discussing before we went live, I hope it gets a sequel. I really do. And I think the way the movie ends, which we will get to at some point, it does leave it open. for a potential sequel.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, it does. Now, as for like what Jim had said, like, will it be Godzilla adjacent? I don't think so. I think if they do a sequel, I think Godzilla will be present in the sequel. Now,
I mean, if they take what do you say it's going to be about the psychological element?
what
Or
like
the
how
psychological aftermath?
like how they're building, how they're picking up the pieces left in the wake of Godzilla's destruction.
Yeah, which if you take that, like if you take the psychological sort of element of this movie, remove Godzilla, god damn, is that just a downer of a movie? Like it was fucking heavy in this, but without the breaking it up with some good old kaiju action, it's going to be depressing.
Well, I mean, it's depressing, but it also has the potential to be very interesting for a story.
Oh yeah, I'd be down for it.
Yeah,
for sure.
And then, of course, there's that that situation involving that woman that was with that was romantically or potentially romantically involved with the main character, that kamikaze pilot. Where one, I don't remember who said it. Was it you, Damian, or was it Stone that said it? Where like she was in the hospital and there was like this thing that was like she was potentially infected with.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
I don't remember seeing that, and I didn't look back on it. But if that was the case, then maybe there's something else going on there.
I was gonna get a screen. I'll try and get a screen grab, and I forgot. But it was just like something you could see. Just sort of, it seemed to be creeping up her neck a bit.
So
and it didn't look like a bruise. It looked like something.
Yeah, maybe it's like a kaiju parasite or something.
Yeah, like I'm not sure exactly, but that's what it seemed to indicate to me anyway.
Well, I mean, Godzilla did have regenerative abilities, and so maybe she got infected with some of that regenerative like ability. Not like ability, but maybe some of his genetic material got inside of her, and maybe in the next movie she gets turned into a kaiju or something. Yeah, that's going to be difficult
Very
to
scaly woman.
Yeah.
Looks like one of the other mutants in an X-Men movie or something.
Well, I think Godzilla saw the Cloverfield movie and decided, I want to infect people too.
Oh my god. Look, I still haven't seen Cloverfield.
Really?
Yeah, I've never seen any of the Cloverfield movies.
I went into the first one blind, like completely blind, and it was a great experience. I really enjoyed it. Until about 25 minutes in or so, I was thinking it was for sure a Godzilla movie.
I basically went the pathway of the whole ad campaign they were doing, and I thought it was a giant. I thought it was like some kind of giant bull monster at one point. You know what I'm saying? I thought I saw horns. I was. It was like they were cutting angles, cutting those angles that were fucking with you, and it was like, okay. And I saw it knock down one building. I was like, did I see horns? I was just trying to see if I can get a glimpse of some pieces. Like, what the fuck is this really? And I thought at first I thought I saw horns, and I was like, okay, I was way wrong on that, but I thought I saw them. I swear to God.
Giant swinging ball bag takes down the Brooklyn Bridge.
I mean, I've seen parts of Cloverfield, but I haven't seen it all the way through. I saw the part where Lizzie Kaplan's character gets scratched by one of like the creatures, and then she like gets infected, and then she kind of like blows up and then explodes.
Yeah, explode.
Yeah.
Well, that's always going to be a debatable point. Some people say she blows up. I say
I saw the clip, dude. I saw it. She like inflates and then blows up like a freaking balloon.
Okay, that's a different clip because the when we saw the movie was that when she's in that little makeshift treatment center, and they realized that she had been bitten. It seemed like those two military guys in the hazmat suits take her, take her behind the sheet somewhere where she's shot.
I saw the shadow, dude, the silhouette. I saw it. She explodes.
Sometimes you explode when your head's being shot off.
It wasn't in her head where she exploded. It was her abdomen.
Okay. All righty.
Yeah, it's been a while, but the way Charles was describing it is the way I remember it.
Yeah.
I just see the thing I focus on is that she didn't run behind that. She didn't run behind that sheet by herself. They took her.
She was escorted there by 2 military personnel. Yes.
That's a poetic way of putting it. That's a poetic way of putting it. Escorted. That's a poetic way of putting that. That's not how I saw it. I say she got snatched up.
Man, let's just take you behind this sheet. We need to take care of you.
I say she got snatched up. Now at first, I didn't know what was going on because behind that sheet, one of those guys in the hazmat suit looked like some kind of weird animal at first. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? I'm looking at it, like, what the hell is this right now? And then when I saw the movie and I realized, okay, you know what I'm saying? They've got specimens. They've already got specimens of the things that were attacking people off of the Cloverfield monster and everything like that. So they know some shit. So it's like once they know that you've been bitten, there's nothing they can do for you. You gotta go. You know, so it's like there's nothing they can do for you.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, but I don't know. That seemed way more than a headshot.
Because I'm saying when they got specimens in glass cases and they've got people that they've dealt with that have been bitten before, and then they got you. There's 2 ways we're going to deal with this. Either we have the treatment procedures to help you and get you on your way to being better, or we got to shoot you because there's nothing that we can do for you. There's only 2 ways that shit like this happens.
Dude, we've already gone down this rabbit hole, and we've gotten just like it was her abdomen that just expanded until it burst like a freaking balloon.
Maybe I need to watch the movie again.
It burst like a balloon filled with maggots. That's what it was.
And I don't think we had. Did we? I don't think we saw anything come out. Right, like. There was no like creature that exploded out of her.
No, we didn't see. All we saw was just blood splatter. That's it. That's all we saw.
Yeah,
I saw a machine gun. I saw a rifle, an M16. I thought I saw that.
Okay, all right. I need.
Maybe something did explode out of her and they shot it. It's been a while since I've seen it, but yeah, I just remember. Yeah,
I swear I saw a rifle. I swear I saw a rifle in M16. I was wondering, why does this big animal have this rifle? You know what I'm saying? I thought it looked kind of crazy. Because I'm not sure. Because again, when they were showing the previews and the clips, I didn't know what was going on. So I'm like, what is this big animal doing with this? What looks like a rifle? And then he shoots somebody. It seems like, or something happens. I just wasn't. And then when I saw the movie, I'm like, okay, I felt like they shot her. They were all freaking the fuck out. Wondering what the hell's going on. Why did that happen? The other military guys rushing them away from there, telling them there's nothing that you can do for her. There's nothing that you can do for her. Like, hey, it had to be done. Like, it had to be done. There's nothing that you can do now. It had to be done. That's what it felt like to me. The context that I got from that said to me, we had to shoot her. It had to be done. There's nothing you can do. Freaking out is not going to help. It had to be done.
I don't have to watch the scene again. Now you got me questioning my memory, which isn't difficult to do.
That's what this brain of mine does. It keeps this stuff in here, and it makes people question what they thought they saw before. Because there's certain things I just hold to, like because that was a big moment for me, like seeing that whole situation behind the sheet, and then seeing what it looked like. But first, I'm like, what the hell is this big hamster looking thing? That's what it looked like to me. Because again, it's a preview. I'm just like, look, it's a movie. I'm open to anything. I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know if this guy's in a hazmat suit and the lights kind of reflecting and making his shadow look bigger. Again, you know, I'm not doing science at that point. I'm just kind of looking, oh, what the fuck is this big hamster thing with a damn rifle? You know what I'm saying? It's like,
that I definitely don't remember. A hamster looking dude. Or a hand
but
delivered silhouette.
what I'm saying is, I'm saying is with those hazmat suits and the bigness of it has made you feel like, okay, because in the way he was walking all clunky, it was like, what the fuck is this thing? Like, what kind of movie is this? You know what I'm saying? What have they made this time? That's kind of what I was wondering. Like, what have they made for us this time? There's a lot of weird shit going on here. I'm not sure what I'm seeing.
Okay, I just looked at the clip again of Cloverfield where we have Leslie Kaplan's character like dying in that scene.
Yeah.
If you slow it down and you watch the scene at like really slowed down speed, you will see her torso, her abdomen expand, and then it will explode. And if you pay close enough attention, you will see pieces of her rib cage.
God damn.
In the silhouette. Yeah, you'll see it. There was no gun. There was no
gun.
There was no gun. They don't get the chance to shoot her because she explodes too quickly. Like,
I mean, but then they got to shoot her.
Within seconds of taking her back in that back area, and you see the silhouette, she expands and explodes and dies.
And you don't hear a gunshot. And you don't hear a gunshot.
You don't hear a gunshot. You don't.
But they got it. But they got to kill her. You know that though.
Well, she's dead the second she explodes.
Like, which piece do you shoot? Do you shoot the head or one of the million pieces that's all over the room?
Yeah.
Look, I've seen enough science fiction movies to know that you gotta make sure the host is dead at the very least to make sure, you know what I'm saying, to make sure whatever the hell explode. But you know, but Alien is the one movie that kind of bucked that trend. You know what I'm saying? But you know, but I would still say that the conventional wisdom, you got to kill a host. You got to kill a host and then kill the creature.
The thing is that I don't see anything crawl out of her after she explodes. I don't.
I'm just saying no. I'm just saying that we didn't have to delve into that too much because the rest of the team still had to get out of the city. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't have time. So they didn't have time to explore what the normal process of that would be. You gotta normal process of science. You gotta kill a host, and then you gotta kill it. If a creature does come, you gotta kill a creature, but you definitely gotta kill a host to make sure that, because I mean, again, we don't know how far reaching this thing is. So you gotta kill a host definitely, and then you gotta kill a creature. You know, or maybe.
And that's one of the things I thought they worked perfectly, like by doing it that found footage way was. Even if there were, like, you know, undoubtedly there are answers, but they're never going to be able to find out. They're just these random people with a camera. So, like, there may have been answers, you know, if they were able to get back behind that curtain, there may have been more to it. But, yeah, never going to find out.
But that's not the perspective that we're on at this point. We're on the perspective of the going away party team that has to get out of the city. So, you know, they don't have time to figure out, you know, what the hell was going on with that and what's going to happen with her now, you know? So, you know, you kind of have to go by procedure. So, you know,
because that was pretty much the last scene before the ending sequence, right?
Because they still had to, because by that time they already had old girl. They already rescued the sort of girlfriend by that point.
Yeah, because I think they rescued her, and then after that is when they got into the subway. When they were like with the all the tiny Cloverfield things.
Oh yeah. Okay. You can move on to the point where they rescued her. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I think that was after that, and that led to the exploding sequence, and then
they.
I don't think there was much before the end.
I think it was that point. It was a scramble. Getting through to get to those, to get to the helicopters because the thing was still on the move and everything like that. Yeah. So that was a part of what that was. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, that was pretty much one of the last main. You know what I'm saying, parts before we got to the helicopters and everything. But
yeah, I didn't see much of the marketing before that. Like I heard pretty much almost nothing about it. I looked into like the viral marketing campaign afterwards. They did some cool shit with that movie. Like various websites and stuff that had this sort of like different tie-ins to the movie as far as like what potentially could have led to the Cloverfield monster's birth, and there was all this like cool stuff they did.
The only one that was better. Well, I wouldn't say better, but that fires competed in my mind as far as like really drumming up. I'm saying really drumming up interest in a weird way was The Ring. The Ring was the one, I'm saying, was one of the only ones that really did it as major as Cloverfield did it. I don't know if you guys remember it.
Well, which version
Not
of The
the
Ring are
campaign,
you
no.
talking about? Are you talking
American
about
version?
the
American
Like
version,
the
because
2002 or whatever it was.
the Asians aren't interested in the Asians really don't. I don't know how much they do the whole, marketing and that. You know what I'm saying? It's just, but because they're just gonna go hardcore in the movie. So but
I feel like I reckon they probably just put things out.
yeah, because they're gonna go hardcore in the movie anyway. Audition, since you let everybody know. Like, look, they ain't gotta do much in the way of snappy ads. You know what I'm saying? The content in the movie itself is going to give you what you need. It's going to give you a payoff that you didn't even know you were going to get. You know what I'm saying? Because the previews didn't give that to you, didn't promise that to you, but it gives it to you. But the American version, The Ring, when they started to really kind of push the interest in that, it's like I'll probably say, among other things, of course, they made you watch the video.
Oh, really? That was one of the.
That was one of the things that they did. They actually dared you to watch the video. That was just one. That was one I definitely remember because I took the challenge. I'm a screwed up kid. I took the challenge. I absolutely did. I fucking said Bloody Mary in the mirror 3 times on Halloween night. You know what I'm saying? I've fucking done that as a preteen because I was a screwed up kid with a screwed up mom. And, it's the way it was.
What about Biggie Smalls? You ever do the Biggie Smalls challenge?
What the easy?
That's
a mirror thing too. That's a mirror thing too. Are you serious?
It was from an episode of South Park. He said Biggie Smalls 3 times in the mirror, and he pops out and chases you and tries to shoot you.
I didn't know they called it a challenge. I forgot. I mean, I guess
it's a challenge. I don't know.
I think I seen the last half of that episode. I think I seen the last half of that episode where where he was up there. It was a bit unpredictable.
Yeah.
He seemed to be willing to.
I think that was that was Satan's Halloween party, I think.
But yes, I didn't do by choice. It wasn't but I didn't do the Charlie challenge.
The what?
The Charlie challenge? From the movie The Gallows?
No, I've never seen it.
You never heard of the movie The Gallows?
Heard of. Don't think I've ever seen it.
By this kid who died. That was part of his play, where the play had something to do with a hangman's noose. And then eventually it became this thing, where he was killing people with the noose and things like that. It was a real whole weird scene with that. But then there was a Charlie challenge for people that, it was Bloody Mary, Candyman, then the Charlie challenge. You go in the mirror, all mirror challenges there, but for everybody wants theirs. So the Charlie challenge was the one that the new millennium had.
I mean,
what?
As for these challenges that kids come up with these days, it's like Jesus Christ.
They
better Bloody Mary than the Tide Pod challenge.
Well, no, I mean, the Tide Pod challenge isn't even the worst challenge that I've come across. I mean, the worst challenge, well, I wouldn't even call this the worst challenge because I'm sure there's worse ones out there, but the most fucked up challenge that I've come across that can cause literal damage to your body is called the Stovetop challenge.
What is that?
Oh my God. It's okay, you turn on the stovetop and the stovetop burner, and you take your forearm and then you place it on the stovetop and you hold it there for as long as you can, and you try to see how long you can hold it there without screaming in pain. And I saw a video of somebody doing this, and I was like, you are out of your fucking mind, you moron.
You can you see why I would never even, why this never even came across my radar?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm aware. Yeah.
It's like I'm literally burning money if I try that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You know, and burning art, by the way. I mean, let's well, yeah, art.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, that art costs money.
Yeah, of course. But no, it's just like, I mean, oh my God, like the fucking like burning sound that I heard in that video. It's like, Jesus Christ, that is fucked up. But
now I got another one for you that parallels that, and okay. I would probably say the same level of damage, if not a little bit more. The crate challenge.
Okay, what's that one?
Is that the one where people like stack the milk crates?
Oh wait, I know that one. Oh my God!
Yeah, I remember that.
Now that
I remember seeing a bunch of people just eat shit.
No, eat crates and then and then eat the ground. Eat crates and then eat the ground. See, eating shit would be hella embarrassing, hella nasty, but it would be a lot better than eating those crates and then eating the ground. Trust me, especially when they get up to the highest level, and then because see, the part of the milk crate challenge, by the way, folks, is not only do you crawl up to the highest level of the crates, but also crawl back down.
Isn't there something so satisfying about seeing just insane stupidity get rewarded?
Yeah, but excuse me, I want to be clear. Not crawl back down, but walk back down, walk up and walk back down. So yeah, for some people they make it to the middle and then they crash and burn. Probably the best scenario you can hope for. Now, some of those people, they get all the way to the top and then they crash and burn. Now, with some other people, they make it up to the top and then try to get that walk back down. And then that's the worst one, because now you're facing the other way, trying to, and then you're up that high, and then it's just, eating crate, eating around. I mean, that's probably one of the worst ones that I've come across. The crate challenge for sure.
Yeah. Oh my God, the crate challenge.
And then the worst thing that became a challenge, then it became a bar game, and now it's become a professional sport. Slap fights.
Oh wait, it's where they end up like trying to knock each other out by slapping each other in the face, right?
Well, knockouts is what can occur, but white flags can be raised. Injuries just too much to go on. Much like other combat sports, the knockout is the quickest way to a win. But there are other ways that can get you to a win. Of course, the judges' scorecards now, because now it's become a professional sport. Now guys can judge the kind of damage that was done, the kind of the kind of hold up and steely discipline that you had and taking the shot and things of this nature. There's people who have become quick experts in how to judge this slap fight. That was a dirty bar clip that I was seeing on IG, and now it's a professional sport that Dana White has put money into.
I was going to say, I joked about it being UFC before, but I was going to say, wasn't Dana White involved?
And here's the thing that's always funny to me, that because look, I liked the UFC, mixed martial arts in general, because let me say that, because I want to say it in that way. I like mixed martial arts in general because it's such a departure from from, of course, professional wrestling, but even boxing itself, because they try to put matches together, not a whole lot of politics, not a lot of different promotions, in that way, in the way that boxing is. When you say promotions, there's different WBC, WBA that has different belts that all work in boxing, and this is our champion, and this is our champion over here, and this is our, and it's always this politics to not fight, and the contract's not right, and all this other bullshit. So mixed martial arts was always a departure away from all of that, but then you have the UFC that's supposed to be like sort of like in a way, the NBA or the NFL or the NHL, if you were of basically mixed martial arts in a way. So like everything else is like the UFL, the CFL, or, and everything like that. So, so basically, but then for the president or one of the major executives to invest in slap fights, and then for UFC as a brand and promotion to sort of have this partnership, with this management company or whatever that connects them in a way, in a more direct way than I would have liked. Because at first it was like, okay, so what? They have the same management company, big fucking deal. But then you start hearing about, oh, okay, well, now they're going to be connecting and doing shit. And now a WWE event is going to be held at a UFC performance center or whatever. And it's like, what the hell's going on now? It's like this connection with it kind of makes me feel like is mixed martial arts or is the UFC going to be delegitimized because of this type of shit here? So it just kind of makes me wonder, that and then that makes me kind of wonder, like, this connection with the WWE is like, like, what are we doing here?
Who was it? Was it Brock Lesnar that crossed over?
No. There's been way more crossovers way before Brock
That's
Lesnar.
like one of the notable ones. Notable, but
Ken
Shamrock.
Ken Shamrock was a very notable one. Ken Shamrock went from mixed martial arts to professional wrestling. Tank Abbott, another legend, another legend, in the UFC, went over there, and I think he was in WCW a little bit. Then there was, let me see, was there another notable UFC? Oh, well, the biggest one that went from pro wrestling. Did he go from pro wrestling to? See, Dan Severn, another major legend. It's a mystery with him because he was a wrestler. Olympic and all of that type of shit wrestler. But I think he started in the UFC, and then I think he went to the WWE after that. I think. And yeah, he had a short time. It's weird because, that's I think guys like him and then Japan, I think they made it necessary to kind of coin a new phrase for wrestling, a certain new aspect of wrestling, strong style, because there's just certain guys that were not going to be able to do the sort of choreographed, ways of things, because it's just not a real way to stretch a man's arm out, without doing some damage, So it's just like Dan Severn tore a man's pectoral muscle in the, in the WWE, doing a move on him, and everything like that, because he's a legit wrestler, so he legit tore a man's pectoral muscle, it's that thing that it doesn't normally happen. Oh yeah, he's right. He is right, and he's had one of the better records, but Batista tried it. Batista tried. He,
didn't work out pretty good.
More moderate. It was more moderate.
Okay.
Jack Swagger, who became Jake Hagar and things like that. But he's done MMA. He's done pretty well also. The worst one of all, I regret to say, as someone who looks like me, you might know what I'm going to regret to say, but the
guys
worst
in white shirt.
No, well, if you look at my the worst one of all who's crossed over was CM Punk.
That was just a bomb.
That's the worst one of all. I mean, now I would say this.
Was it like he tried it, then quickly scurried back, or?
I would say it was a couple of fights. It wasn't a scurry from him. The first fight was, I felt like the guy punked out. You know, like when it came down to the fight, he punked out and he basically took CM Punk down, and basically, I think he eventually ended up getting a submission and whatnot. He just didn't want to. People wanted to see CM Punk fight and really just get into a fight. But yeah, of course, it's an MMA match. It's not a boxing match. It's not a kickboxing match or whatever. So the guy had the right to take him down, but for a lot of people, it was kind of pussy shit. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of, oh really? You know what I'm saying? Like seriously, the same way that a lot of people felt like, that same people felt like this one fighter, this one, I forget his name, Roy Nelson, Big Country Roy Nelson. He did the same bullshit to Kimbo Slice. Like, everybody wanted to see Kimbo Slice in there and really go. He just took Kimbo Slice down and like crucifixed him. I mean, it's hard to explain, but he just basically laid on top of him mostly, and then basically kind of tied up both his arms, and eventually just kind of hit him with these little bullshit shots where the referee just kind of felt like he wasn't defending himself, so he had to stop it. You know what I'm saying? But you had a kind of guy's arms tied up, and you just kind of, I mean, technically he's not defending himself, but you know what I'm saying? He wasn't just like, you know what I'm saying? And just getting beat. I mean, it's weird, but it was kind of like a pussy shit move, and to get the win because he was a little bit worried about getting, because Roy Nelson was normally a guy who would stand up and had some pretty good knockout power and he calls himself a kung fu guy. So I don't understand why he wouldn't stand up and try to fight him. But I guess he was a little worried about getting put on his back. So he just, he decided to go the other way with that. It happens. So what happened to CM Punk, but the second fight, it was such a joke. And the guy that he was fighting made such a joke out of the whole fight. And he did stand up. And he was really just making a whole joke out of the whole situation. And it was so bad. And it's so bad. Oh, well, let me just sidebar, pussy shit for a televised fight. Yes, real fights. Yeah, real fights. But when but it's like, it's almost like, look, a guy can grab a guy every time, can pot shot him a couple times in a boxing match. And then every time the other guy tries to respond, he'll hold. And he'll hold and try to slow down the action so the guy can't really get any fallback from it. And that's his whole strategy of the whole fight, is outpoint him, not really make it a good competitive fight where there's a risk of losing, but just, I'm gonna get me a couple shots in, and when the guy tries to come in and rush me, I'm just gonna hold and just, and slow down the action. We break up. I'll get my couple of pot shots in, move, a couple pot shots in, hold, and then it is, as a strategy. Some people are gonna feel like, oh, come the fuck on, but that's the whole thing.
Like, it very much is like, you remember entertainment is part of this, right?
Yeah, so
it's not entertaining. It's fucking.
Like, it's not like you want to set a guy up to get knocked out or have him put himself in just direct harm's way. But I mean, if you train for the fight, you're supposed to be able to fight, and so
yeah,
that's all. Yeah.
And do you happen to remember the name? I was thinking about this before. Do you happen to remember the name of the guy? And I'm sure you've seen this. It was a UFC fight where a guy did a kick. I think he tried to kick the other guy in the shin, and his leg just turned to rubber, fucking bent back the other way. It was one of the most brutal things I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was Anderson Silva, and I believe that was his fight with, because there's two times where I do remember that happening. Well, one was Anderson Silva when he fought Chris Weidman for the in a rematch. I believe another happening was Conor McGregor when he fought Dustin the Diamond Poirier.
I think that might be the one I'm thinking of, or I'm not sure, but it hurt to watch. It's one of those things that you almost get physical pain just from seeing it.
But the first one people really remember was the Anderson Silva, because Anderson Silva was really coming in aggressive with that shot. I mean, with that kick, and people just wonder. Look, shins are a very mysterious thing. I just got to say, shins are very mysterious. I don't know how they hold up, develop, how they wear. It's very weird, and I think that I'm starting to fear that a lot of that wearing, and that, because I watch a lot of martial arts movies from a kid up till now, and I just hardly ever see a situation where a guy really puts a lot of shin into a kick, in whatever way that they do it. I don't see them putting a lot of shin into the kick. The one main time that I ever see a lot of shin come into play was when it came to old school Thailand kickboxing. You know, that's the one place where you got a guy really going a lot of shin in their kicks, but no one really knows.
Thailand, they're wild motherfuckers.
Yeah, how does that affect you going forward down the line when you're doing that, especially when you're going shin to shin with somebody else and everything like that? You know, how is that really going to play out and everything? Like, I'm still, like I said, it's still a mystery to me, but like I said, a lot of martial art,
that part of the leg in general, like an Achilles can snap just like that. There's so many things in that part of the leg that can just add them, in a split second, just be fucked.
And like I said, and that's why, like I said, a
lot
lot
of doing anything.
Because I swear, every single movie that it's just not a whole lot of shin. Not really any shin at all. Back foot. You know what I'm saying? Back foot, direct bottom foot to the face. Back, you know what I'm saying? Back heel to the face, or something like that. It's
knee, yeah.
But it's never really this thing of just like shin, you know what I'm saying? Like that. And I don't know. It's just like, but like I was
wonder
saying,
if that's what Shin Godzilla is about, to bring it back. I wonder if that's him just shin kicking a city to, rubble.
What do you think? What do you think, Run?
Oh yeah, yeah, Shin Godzilla, yeah, kicking the city in the shin. Oh boy.
Or maybe Thai kickboxing everybody. He's pretty close. Might have picked some things up.
Yeah,
that's it.
You never know. You eat a Thai boxer or two. You know what I'm saying? You pick up a couple things, I guess.
Yeah. Have a Thai kickboxer go toe to toe with Godzilla. Yeah.
I'd watch that.
So I
don't know who would win.
My
guys are wild.
But here's the real question. Would it be a Thai kickboxer to scale with Godzilla, or would it be a normal sized Thai kickboxer going up against a full size Godzilla?
Hey, for comedy purposes, that would work out a lot better.
Yeah.
Probably going to be a pretty quick match, though.
Yeah.
Just this guy going fucking nuts for like 5 minutes, and then Godzilla just kind of, squishes him.
I think Godzilla would do like the finger flick move, go like, flick. Yeah.
I would say go old school. Like the more Thai kickboxers Godzilla eats, the more skills he develops.
Oh, so like he eats a Thai kickboxer and then he becomes a Thai kickboxer himself.
but like limited skills. You got to eat more. You got to eat more of them to get more skills. The deal with the other kaiju.
Okay. All right, I can see it. Godzilla eats a smorgasbord of Thai kickboxers, and he becomes a Thai kickboxer himself and goes up against the one kaiju that I want Godzilla to go up against for like the longest fucking time, which is Gamera, and I want a Thai kickboxing match between Godzilla and the turtle kaiju Gamera.
Or maybe, just maybe, he finds a way and gets to the Dalai Lama, and then becomes Buddha blessed Godzilla and becomes endowed with, you know what I'm saying, with Shaolin skills.
Yeah,
I mean, look,
Where do you think
Godzilla. I mean, look. They've done almost everything you could do with Godzilla. I mean, have I really come up with the craziest Godzilla idea?
like where do you think he
Shaolin
learned that
Godzilla.
drop kick we saw at the start of the show?
All right,
Where did he learn that?
Buddha bless Godzilla.
All right, Toho, I hope you're listening. Give us Shaolin Godzilla.
Oh, AKA Buddha bless Godzilla.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
'Cause, I mean, they've got to do something interesting now, right? Like all this renewed interest, they got to shake things up a bit.
We had a space guy. Look, see, no one cried the way we all cried about other space continuances. But Space Godzilla was like, it just went right. It went right to the library. No one complained. No one complains.
Then Jason's in space. People are like, what? This is fucking bullshit.
Space Godzilla. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. We all know it's not bad. So I'm not saying look, it's really bad. But I'm just saying like no one complained about it. Like no one complained about Space Godzilla. Like Leprechaun in space, but no one complained about Space Godzilla. How do we do that?
We got Space Godzilla when they started like doing everything in space. Like we got Leprechaun in space. We got Jason in space. The only thing we didn't get in space was like Freddy in space and Michael Myers in space, or hell, we even got Pinhead in space. How the hell do you pull that off?
We did? Which one was that one?
That was Hellraiser Bloodlines, the fourth one.
I don't even think that was by that time, the original guy who played Pinhead was not playing Pinhead at that time.
No. Doug Bradley was in fourth one. He was in Bloodlines. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I swear he was in them until like 7 or something like that.
The first one that did not have Doug Bradley as Pinhead was Resurrections, I think. Yeah.
So I'm fairly sure he was Pinhead in 6, which had Dean Winters in it. Fairly sure. Yeah,
but the only reason the only reason why he didn't reprise his role as Pinhead in that movie is probably because of health problems. Because he was just too old.
I mean, when was that? Like later 2000s or?
I don't know. But yeah, Doug Bradley is he didn't show up for Resurrections, but he was in the movie before that one, which I believe was called Hellseeker, I think. It was either Hellseeker or Hell World. I'm not sure which one.
I think it was Hellseeker. I think.
Did you guys know he was a Nightbreed?
Nightbreed.
Trying to think. I probably I couldn't tell you the last time I saw that movie. I've only seen it the once, but
wow, he was in Pumpkinhead. He's in a Pumpkinhead movie
with what's his name, Lance Henriksen.
I don't know. I mean, this one was Ashes to Ashes. I don't think I even saw that one.
2 or I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Hellseeker was not the last one that he was in. Let's see. Was he in Deader? I think he was in Deader. And then there was Hell World. Revelations was the one that he wasn't in.
And when was that from?
Revelations was the one that I was talking about. That came out in 2011.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Doug Bradley was in Deader, which came out after Hellseeker. And then, he was also in Hell World, which was the movie that came out before Revelations. And Hell World was the last. Yeah, Hell World was the last one that he did.
He's definitely still around because he used to, for a few albums he did like narration sort of voiceover stuff on a few Cradle of Filth albums, and he was on one of the more recent-ish ones. So he's definitely still doing stuff, at least somewhat. I don't know if
He's
he's still
actually
acting
younger
or
than
anything, but
he's younger than I expected him to be.
yeah, how old is he?
He's 69.
That's roughly what I would have expected. Maybe a
Yeah.
little bit older, but he's still
Yeah,
got that voice, though.
Oh
He
yeah,
hasn't lost.
absolutely. Oh, and according to his Wikipedia page, he also did narration for a few Cradle of Filth albums.
I just said that.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
God damn it. Because yeah, he did a few of the earlier ones, and he was gone for a while. But they brought him back. I don't think it was the. Well, maybe it was the last album. One of the last couple, he came back again.
I
It was
know.
fucking. It was good to hear him back again.
Yeah, didn't he also do narration for that song from Cradle of Filth called "Her Ghost in the Fog"?
Yeah. He did.
Yeah.
He did a few bits on that album. Next couple albums, the one before that, like he did a few of their albums, and then he was replaced by a guy with a similar kind of voice on Damnation in a Day, which I think was 2002. He was gone for a while, but yeah, they did bring him back because it's a voice that fits that kind of music perfectly.
Yeah, I haven't listened to Cradle of Filth since high school.
Yeah, like I remember not loving like some of the newer stuff, and then I went back and re-listened to them. Like, it's still great.
I think the
Maybe not
last
quite as great as the earlier stuff, but it's still solid.
I think the last Cradle of Filth song that I listened to was Babylon AD.
Yeah, that would have been. Yeah, that was the album I was talking about. Damnation in a Day, which had narration by a guy who sounded similar but different. Like it definitely wasn't Doug Bradley, but doing that same kind of thing.
Yeah, but I mean, during the high school days, I went through this whole phase where I was listening to nothing but black metal. I was like, black metal, black metal.
It was a good time.
Yeah.
I remember my black metal days fondly. I still listen to black metal, just not as much. Like I've kind of, like I used to listen to a lot of just various things, but where I've sort of cut it down to just the stuff I really like now. Like black metal and death metal, I do get I get a bit bored of a lot of it.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't listen to it as much as I used to.
Late 90s, in high school, if I wasn't listening to hip hop and still some pop and R&B, because like I said, I was always kind of eclectic with the music, then it was punk shit. You know what I'm saying? It was like a lot of punk shit, a lot of you know what I'm saying, a lot of new, I guess what they consider new metal type shit. So it was like you go down the gambit of when Rancid was still doing this thing, Blink 182, then System of a Down, then of course Rage Against the Machine, The Offspring, and then eventually you start more, the Foo Fighters, the fucking, Yellow Card for a minute, and then it just keeps on going. Korn and things like that. Just 311 was another one, and this keeps going fucking on Seven Dust, and just on, and then before I even realized that and then it became like, we'll say Slipknot, we'll say Stone Sour, but I'll just mainly say Corey Taylor. But those groups definitely, and Queens of the Stone Age, and just on and on and on. That was like my shit going into the late 90s, going into the new millennium and everything like that. And I'm still interested in a lot of that, fucking stuff and shit like that, man, because a lot of them are still making fucking music. The Offspring just finished a new album.
I was gonna say, I swear I saw a new song pop up by them like a couple weeks ago or so.
311 is on tour with AWOL Nation and Neon Trees, and another group I was kind of liking. 21 Pilots is a group now that I'm fucking liking now. Not sure if you heard of them. No?
What group is that?
21 Pilots.
Oh,
sorry.
I've heard of
I
them.
thought you were going to say somebody else. I was waiting for a title. Yeah, I've definitely heard of them.
Yeah, isn't that aren't those the guys that did that song for that first Suicide Squad movie?
Yeah, they're brothers, and they have a really eclectic musical. Their albums can definitely show you, like I said, they really kind of go wherever they want to go as far as the music goes.
Yeah,
That's
but no,
like for a long time. That's a lot of the stuff I gravitate towards. People who just like boundaries of style aren't necessarily a thing. They just sort of make whatever they feel like.
yeah. Well, the band that I recently got introduced to, thanks to a friend of mine, is a German group called Electric
Rammstein.
No, not Rammstein. Electric Callboy.
Callboy. That name rings a bell.
Yeah,
I feel like
they
maybe I've listened to a song on YouTube at some point, maybe.
Yeah, the song that introduced me to them is a song they did called "We Got the Moves,"
Oh,
and
that sounds like a call boy for sure.
yeah, it's a freaking hilarious song, and it's really good too. And then they did a cover of the song "Every Time We Touch," which was also not bad. And then they also did a collaboration with the Japanese group called Baby Metal, which was also a really good song as
I've
well.
never heard anything by Baby Metal, but I've seen them. I think they've toured with Death Clock a couple times.
Yeah. They've also done collaborations with Sabaton, which was also pretty good too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see how on it you guys are. Have you guys ever heard of Mammoth WVH?
No.
What was it?
Mammoth WVH.
Don't think so, no.
It's a band that is led by Wolfgang Van Halen.
Really?
What a killer name.
It's killer for a reason. It's
I
killer for it's killer for
I know who Wolfgang Van Halen is. Like
You know who Wolfgang Van Halen is, Damian?
Like Eddie's son, I guess.
Eddie's son.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a simple question. Correct.
He's got a pretty good band. He's got a pretty good band. I gotta say, he's got a pretty good band.
Let me write this down. So I've been looking for some new music lately. What was it? Mammoth
WVH.
Is it all one word or?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'll look that up.
Yep. And what have you guys look? Okay. What did you guys, if anything, if you ever had any thoughts about Avenged Sevenfold?
I've listened to like bits and pieces. I think there was one album in particular I listened to all the way through, and I think it was them did a great cover of Holy Diver on some kind of compilation I had years ago.
Yes, they did. Yes, they do a great. They do a great Holy Diver redo. They really do.
Yeah.
My only introduction to Avenged Sevenfold was that song. I think it's called Bat Country.
Yeah.
And the only time I was ever introduced to that song was this EA made hockey game. I think it was like one of the earlier NHL hockey games on the original Xbox, or maybe or it might have been the Xbox 360, and they were playing the Bat Country song in the background during that game. That's it. That was my only introduction to that band.
And real quick, thank you, Soren. Their new video for the song Paladin Straight dropped 20 hours ago for 21 Pilots. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. But the song Bat Country was kind of catchy.
Oh,
but
it's great. I love the dual lead guitars. I fucking just love the idea of that. I'm sorry. That's one of the things. That's one thing that's one of the things that pulls me to them. Also, is that the double lead guitar shit. Fucking love that.
Yeah, but I mean, I just didn't. I don't like the aesthetics of the band. I don't like the way they look.
What?
Are they too fruity or something? Like,
No.
I just need a picture of the band.
The overuse of eyeliner. It's just.
So yes, too fruity.
Are you fucking kidding? Motley Crue, please. Motley Crue, will you please? Twisted Sister, will you please?
I mean, my favorite,
the Cure, please.
I was gonna say my favorite style of music has been goth for many years. So
I don't know.
Just the way
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is beyond that, but it's just like the way that Avenged Sevenfold look, the way they dress, it's like.
But one of my all-time favorite bands. I don't know how you guys are gonna feel, but one of my all-time favorite bands is Coheed and Cambria.
Never heard of them.
I have heard of them, but I think I've only ever heard like one song.
Oh my god!
I don't remember loving it, but I'm going back like 20 years.
Oh my
so
god!
It could be just one of those things. Like I didn't like it. Like Cradle of Filth. The first time I heard Cradle of Filth, I think I was like 10 years old, and it scared me. this is scary music. I hate this. Cut to like 2 or 3 years later, I'm like, this is the shit. I fucking love this.
Yeah,
first time I heard it, scary.
My introduction to black metal was actually Dimmu Borgir.
Oh yeah, mine might have been. I'm trying to think when I had the song Puritania, which is more industrial, but it's one of the greatest songs.
Yeah, that might have been the song that introduced me to Dimmu Borgir was Puritania. It might have been that song.
It was in one of the CKY movies, I think. Is when I heard that.
You know who I really wanted more from? I really wanted to get more from Mudvayne.
You see,
didn't they recently reunite?
Did they
in recent times? I think so.
I liked Mudvayne for a while, but I always kind of thought of them as like copycats of Slipknot.
It was Mudvayne that did Dig, right?
Yes, they did.
Yes.
Yeah. That fucking bass.
And then when they really blew up off of that, and they went to the MTV Music Awards, and whatnot, they came there and they were all like dressed in like white tuxedos, but they were all gunshot victims.
I remember that. I do. I remember that.
One guy had a gunshot wound that they made up on the right in his head. Other guys had a couple of shots in the in the chest and the abdomen and whatnot. It was just it was fucking funny.
I think that pissed off a lot of people when they did that.
Oh, I don't doubt it did.
Yeah. That actually takes me back to when the lead singer of Rage Against the Machine started like hijacking the award show and started climbing all over the exhibit in the back of the stage, and they had to call security to get him to come down. Do you remember that?
Didn't the whole band appear nude at some point on one of those award shows? They covered their dicks, I think. Was that them?
No, I don't think it was Rage Against the Machine that did that. But no, when it came to Rage Against the Machine, it was the lead singer who did it, and he was climbing all over how do I call it? The whole
scaffolding, or not scaffolding, but
it wasn't the scaffolding.
Like the lighting rigs or something.
It was the whole display in the back of the stage for the award show, and he was creating this huge disturbance for the entire award show to the point where they had to call security to get him out of there.
I thought the drummer. I thought at one point the drummer did come up on stage with a sign at some point, also. Because I know the drummer. He's the one he's got like the two identical blue tattoos on both his shoulders. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I know he came up there with like a sign or something. I forget what it said and everything like that. But But were you thinking, Damon? Were you thinking about the Red Hot Chili Peppers and the sock and socks?
I don't know. Like maybe I could have sworn it was Rage because I swear they were all nude, except they were like had some kind of protest sign about something that I think was covering their junk.
They were wearing socks covering their junk.
No, the signs I think were covering it. Whatever they were protesting.
Wow. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised.
Now, Stone,
I wouldn't be
Stone,
surprised.
when you Google Rage Against the Machine nude, make sure you put protest at the end.
I'm way ahead of you. I'm way ahead of you. You kidding me, pal? I'm not new to this. I'm true to this.
All right, while Stone looks at naked dudes, I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh no, I'm not seeing anything. Okay, the video. I don't know. I'm just not. There's nothing directly pointing to that. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and perv out so hard on that. So.
Oh boy.
But yeah, it's good to have this little moment to talk music, the small talk, some music and things like that with you guys. But yeah, that's still some stuff in and out. And that shirt you have, it kind of makes me think of this group. Kind of makes me think of this band, Hailstorm. Actually.
Ah, yes, I have heard of them.
Yeah, love Hailstorm and Hailstorm. I got a bit bored of Hailstorm, but love Hailstorm.
But let me really quickly pop quiz you guys. Have you ever heard of a group named Steel Panther?
Yes, of course.
Of course. Of course.
I kind of thought they were one of those bands everybody knew about, at least at one point in time.
I've never heard of them.
No, they were like a revival of hair metal / a parody.
No, they are like, if you look at every member of that band, they're like a weird dream of almost every extreme era of rock there was. Hair,
like that
metal, goth. You know what I'm saying? It's like one guy represents, you know what I'm saying, each part of it. You know, everything like that. It's like one guy seems like a Van Halen guy. One guy seems more like a Cinderella guy. One guy seems more like a, you know what I'm saying? It's like each guy represents a certain. One guy seems like a Motley Crue guy. Like, have you heard Tiger Woods?
Not sure.
That's their song.
Is that an older song or?
I think so.
Well, then probably because I think I heard like their first few albums. I think they're still going.
I first heard about them when they came on The Ridiculousness. You've heard of that show, right?
Heard of, yeah.
Yeah, they actually came on to Ridiculousness. That's when I first saw Steel Panther. I'm just like, wow, who in the hell are it's like they seem like a super group that no one I didn't know about. It's like different eras, and like they all come together to make this one rock group. And yeah, they're really weird. Oh yeah, I think they also have Community Penis. One of their songs that they said they had, it was called Community Penis.
I think the first time I heard about them, I don't know if it was the whole band, but at least a couple of them were on the Comedy Bang Bang podcast, and I think they played a couple of songs on there. I don't know if it was live or if they just played songs. I can't remember.
Wow. Louis J. Gomez grew up with the guys from Coheed and Cambria and got a prom photo with the lead singer to prove there's a video of their early gigs. Louis arranged and hosted. Fucking hilarious.
Huh. You would have heard of Louis J. Gomez, right? Comedian?
Yes. Wow. That is, I mean, this has been so great to talk music with you guys. This is a little small talk. See, it makes me just clamor for talking over the music.
Almost a backdoor pilot.
But see, you just need to. I want to.
What was that? I need to shove things up my ass. What was that?
I want to call you. I'm going to call the units to take all your Nutella. You know, until you give me a schedule.
You should tell them to give me Nutella. I don't have any. I want some.
Tell him only when he provides a proper. When he provides a proper schedule, then give him. I will pay for you some Nutella, and have it delivered.
I told you whenever. I'm good whenever.
See that it leaves it open. Leaves it open.
That's some of that Australian trickery.
Yeah, it leaves it too open.
Well, I guess, but isn't open a good thing?
Well, see, it leaves an opening for escape.
Don't you eye me like that? I dare you.
I'm just saying. But all right, but you know what? We're not gonna do this for now. We had a great music conversation of stuff that's still happening now. But I will say that
are we still live?
I hope so.
In.
Let me check. Yes, we are still live.
But the honorable mention that I will definitely, very, very honorable mention that I will bring up is the Bloodhound Gang.
Yeah.
I haven't listened to them in years.
But I will,
they haven't put out an album since like 2015.
But some of those songs are just so, I'm just, I just love them shits, Bad Touch. You know what I'm saying? The Foxtrot Uniform, Charlie, oh my God, I forgot what the K stands for. Kilo. Yes. All right. Yeah, it was just awesome classics.
That album got me in trouble in high school.
Yeah. And
because the cover is a fat guy naked in a box, and in the middle of the booklet, it folds out to a poster of the same fat guy in a box, but sort of a bit more laid out, sort of, laying down. And I used to show that to people. One time a teacher saw it. I was like, all right, I'm taking this till the end of the day. I'm like, you fuck. It was funny. I was making people giggle.
Man.
You joyless prick.
And then there was, how'd you guys feel about ska?
What I've heard, fucking boo.
I mean, I'm probably gonna get some, get some flack for this, but there is some ska that I got some semblance of enjoyment out of. Not all of it, but some of it I did kind of enjoy.
It's only one letter away from scat, right? Spelled different. That's how I feel.
Yeah. But no, it's just, I mean, I
haven't heard much, but what I have heard, I didn't like.
I listened to a little bit of the earlier, like, No Doubt, like, days with Gwen Stefani when they were still ska, and I did kind of enjoy it. I also was a fan of Real Big Fish. I know they were a ska group, and I enjoyed them. But that's pretty much all I listened to when it came to ska.
But there was Goldfinger. There was the Mighty Boss Tones.
Yeah. But no, just like the earlier days of No Doubt and Real Big Fish was pretty much all I was aware of when it came to ska.
It was also Fishbone, Yeah.
No, it's just, I mean, when ska was like relevant, kind of, I my interest in music was kind of limited. I didn't. That was like during the middle school days for me. I didn't really like broaden my interest in music until my high school days, because that's when my friend group like expanded and they introduced me to different genres, specifically the various subgenres of various metal. Like, that's when I found out about black metal. That's when I found out about death metal. That's when I found out about folk metal. That's when I found out about all those different subgenres.
Yeah, I
And
pretty much echo that statement exactly. Like,
yeah,
God,
for at
folk,
least a couple of years, my entire musical tastes were basically the first Tenacious D album and the South Park movie soundtrack.
yeah.
folk metal. I can just imagine it. What's some guy doing? The lead singer spits granola in the fan's face.
No. Like, folk metal would be like something across the lines of like Fentrol, Inciferum, Corpiclani, yeah, stuff like that.
I mean, I listened to Wooden Pints by Copaclani for the first time in years the other day. It's so good.
Yeah, my like, I told you guys this story. Like, my like true official introduction of folk metal was the song Corpin Saga by Fentrol. And when
Hmm.
I first discovered this song, I ended up blacking out. And when I came out of my blackout, I was shirtless, I was covered in sweat, and I had whiplash. And
It's one of
I,
my favorite stories I've ever heard.
yeah,
I've heard it like 4 or 5 times now, and every time I'm just like, that's so good.
Why is this my first time hearing this?
yeah.
I'm sure he's brought it up here. Maybe not. It's
You know
such
what?
a
Fine.
great story.
Fine. I'm telling it again. Okay.
There's
So,
no way. There's no way I forgot about this. There's very few stories like this that I've heard. You
okay.
know, what I'm
Okay.
saying from
So
from
so
Run
what
here.
happened is that I had a Century Media demo disc. Century Media is a record producer, and Fentrol was signed
Oh, I
with.
know this story.
Of course you do.
This is my favorite fucking story.
Yeah. I had a Century Media demo disc, and Century Media was the record company that produces Fentrol's music. And I was listening to some song on the album. I don't remember. I think it was from a band. I don't even remember the name of the band, but I was like, "Oh yeah, this is not bad." And then the song was over, and then all of a sudden I heard do 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 do. It's just like, and then everything went black, and it's just like I was like, "Whoa." I I don't remember what happened, but after the song ended, my shirt was off. I was covered in sweat, and
And his nipples were lubed.
no, they weren't. Oh my god!
They were erect, but they weren't lubed.
I will admit I did have goosebumps as well, but it's just like, I just like I was just laughing. I was like, holy shit, that was the best thing I ever fucking heard.
No,
Just like,
this
I
had
had
to be the
Yeah, it's
greatest
just
song in the world. No,
that was
this
basically
is
what
just
it
a
was, because
tribute.
I had never heard anything like it before. Never. It was completely new to me, and I thought it was some of the best things I ever heard in my life. I had to listen to it again, and that time I did actually remember hearing it, and I was like, "Holy shit, this is like game changing for me." It's just like, holy crap, dude. And just like, and Fentrol ended up becoming one of my all time favorite bands from that point on.
Do we
I
know the
listened to their
title?
newest album the other day. Nothing, unexpected, but it was good.
Yeah. When did their newest album release?
Pretty recently-ish. It was within the last couple of years.
Okay, I'll have to look into it. But yeah, basically the gist of that story is that I listened to a Fentrol song I've never heard before, never even heard of the band before. I ended up blacking out from listening to the song because I was so excited. I ended up, like, somehow in my blackout, I take my shirt off. I end up headbanging so hard that I start working up a sweat, and I end up getting whiplash in the process. It's just like, Oh man.
And you know the name of this song?
Yeah, it's called Corpin Saga.
Okay. Just want to make sure we got that out there again, because this could be the greatest song in the world.
Yeah, the song, the band is called Fintroll, and the song is called Corpin Saga. You can find the song on their 2007 album called Jordansdijk.
Okay, so I was trying to think of what other band sentence was done by then, so there wouldn't have been any sentenced on that disc. Probably Dark Tranquility. It would have been a bunch of good shit. Century Media has a good history of fucking great European music.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But no, that album Jordansdijk, I pretty much like every song on that album. Yeah, just like almost every song. There's maybe 2 songs on the entire album that I think are okay, but everything else on it is just like top tier. It's fucking perfect.
They're one of those dependable kind of bands. Like, you're never really going to be surprised by what they put out, but it's consistent.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Which I don't mind. Like, I like bands that reinvent stuff and whatnot, but I also like a band that's consistent. Yeah. You know what you're going to get, and they're just making great versions of that.
Oh yeah, V asked me, was this when you were a kid? Oh no, this wasn't when I was a kid. I was in my early 20s.
This was 2 weeks ago.
No, this wasn't 2 weeks ago. This was when I was in my early 20s. I was in my early 20s when this happened. I think I was like around like 22, 23 when it happened. Yeah.
But by the way, guys, I just want to say, because I wanted to make sure that I gave you the right album, because I wanted to make sure, because that's one I really like. So Good Apollo, I'm Burning Star 4, Volume 1, From the Fear Through the Eyes of Madness. That one you should listen to. Absolutely.
So the band was it Good Apollo?
No, that's from Coheed and Cambria.
That's okay.
The album. That whole thing I just read to you was like, it's like a whole concept thing that they did with the, you know what I'm saying, with this album, this couple of, you know what I'm saying, sort of like a couple of albums that they did, you know, so.
But sorry, can I get you to repeat like at least like a little bit of that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Good Apollo.
Yeah.
Good Apollo. I'm Burning Star 4. Volume 1. From Fear Through the Eyes of Madness.
All right, got it. Yeah, the only song I can think of definitely, well, I can't even think of the song, but I definitely heard at least one song that I probably going back about somewhere between 15 and 20 years ish.
Let me see.
I remember liking it. Just like many things, you just never end up actually looking into it.
But also another one that I would recommend for them too. It's a pretty long title too. But no, actually no, it's not. But In Keeping Secrets of Silent Earth 3. From off that joint, they have one that was Blood Red Summer. They had a video for it. It was like a whole treatment for the video was like a treatment, was like an homage to 28 Days Later and everything like that.
So that title sounds kind of familiar. I don't know. Either way, it's on the list.
Yep. So like I said, because you say you haven't heard too much, but I think that once you hear some of this stuff, man, I think you'll agree. I don't feel like I'm totally misguided and just like all over the place as far as music. I think I do know what I like. It's not rumors they're making a 28 years later. Oh my God, did I just see that?
I thought that was confirmed.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah.
Confirmed?
Yeah.
Didn't they confirm that one? Then I don't know if the trilogy is confirmed, but that's at least rumored that it's going to be part of a new trilogy.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I heard that the 28 years later movie was definitely confirmed, and that Robert. I thought. Well, I don't know if Robert Carlyle is attached, but I thought that Cillian Murphy was attached.
Yeah, I definitely read that as well.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. Let's make this official right now. Okay. 28 days later. This franchise that started from there. I want we just need to make this official with us three. We lay our opinions official here. Zombies or infected? I say infected.
Look, I haven't even seen the
prefer
movies,
infected,
I've seen clips of them, and I'm like, yeah, those guys aren't zombies. They're just basically infected. They're infected with a rage virus.
All right.
Yeah.
And to me, infected is somewhat both scarier but more interesting. Like some of my favorite movies, the record movies. Well, the first two, second, third, and fourth are kind of bit of a mixed bag. But the first two record movies, the Spanish horror movies, are fucking some of my favorite movies ever made.
Okay, like Left 4 Dead. Do we agree?
I never played Left 4 Dead, so I'm not sure.
I played the original Left 4 Dead, and I would say, yeah, absolutely.
Infected?
Because the creatures that you face in Left 4 Dead, they're not zombies. It's a common misconception that they are, but they're not. They're infected.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure that it was. I just wanted to see what you got, because either way. But like I said, I definitely stand by. Because I felt like, to me, to me at the core, because you have to go at the foundation at which things started, in my opinion. Like, you have to, what I'm saying, you have to go at the, you have to at least kind of start at the foundation or the idea base where everybody else kind of pulled from, and that was Night of the Living Dead, and that came more of a from the dead, rising from the dead concept. You know what I'm saying? That created what a zombie was, regardless. And yeah, it was a chemical that essentially, that essentially gave them life, but they were dead. And it's like it's like if they don't complete the eating of someone, as they're attacking them, and they're at that brink of death, it's like that infection takes over, and then they become zombies and everything. But other than that, it's very little. It's like, to me, the one thing that made it so distinct to me that there's no way you could say zombies is like one drop of blood got into that guy's eye, and that's all it took within fucking seconds. And that's the whole thing. And it's like, zombies is not that whole like dead, or you know what I'm saying, or so close to death, or dead and being resurrected by this thing. It's just like they don't even have to be dead, and that's the thing that makes them worse. It's like a lot of times they could just have blood spit in their face, and in their eye, they're not even injured, so they're completely mobile, they're completely able to, and now they're supercharged, you know what I'm saying, to boot. So it's just like a different situation that you had with 28 Days Later, and what I'm saying, like that you had with a lot of other, what they would, what are true zombie movies, essentially. So
it's like, because you think of the amount of zombie movies where they're just slaughtering zombies, getting blood all over them, and it's not even a thing, because as long as I don't get bitten, which is always the rule, don't get bitten, and don't get bitten and don't die. If you die, you're going to be one, but if you get bitten, you're going to be one.
And there's always a longer.
Then, at a later point in those storylines, they also added "don't get scratched by a zombie" as well.
Okay. Yeah. Let me see.
Which is almost a bridge between the two, to a point.
And like I said, that's why I look, for me, like I said, that's why I always did that. And And nothing like now. I give credit to the Dawn of the Dead remake and making the zombies a little more aggressive, a little more mobile, but it still doesn't.
Yeah,
It's
not much, but yeah,
look,
okay.
No, I would say like that scene where the truck kind of ran into like sort of like the back door, you know, so whatnot. And I think they were kind of chasing them up the steps and whatnot. Some of those zombies were really kind of nimble and aggressive. You know what I'm saying? They were really like at the step scene. They were really kind of nimble, and I'm like, I got to give them credit. Like
there were people who died with coffee in their system or got bitten with coffee in their system.
I'll say that Dawn of the Dead remake was definitely interesting.
It was.
Oh,
it really
that
was.
and The Ring, the American remake of The Ring, like we talked about earlier. Yeah. 2 examples of a remake can be great if it's done right. Like those 2 movies are like, I love the originals of both, and I also love the remakes.
I don't think that anyone has enough guts to remake Audition.
Yeah, am I thinking of the right movie? That one with that like almost obscenely long torture sequence at the end. Spoiler. Yeah. Okay.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I like. What is this Audition movie?
Ooh, bro. Okay. All I'm gonna tell you is, like a guy, lonely guy, successful guy, decides that he's gonna cook up like the ultimate efficient way of finding his perfect match and life partner to move forward with. So he creates this fake movie that he's casting for, where he basically is able to talk and get the information of a lot of different women to where he can narrow down to the one female that he feels like will be most compatible for him, and then he can move forward in a relationship with. The one that he seems to center in on has some very has some dark secrets and some battle scars, man. Like some different ones than, you know, saying some way darker ones than Ramona Flowers. So I don't want to ruin it for you in case you have the gumption to say it.
Is this like a hostile scenario where there's
but no. She didn't have to pay anybody. She didn't have to pay anybody to get her kicks. You know, she didn't have to pay anybody. And it was
also she's the torture person.
If you want us to ruin, yeah.
Oh my god! Oh, what the fuck! Is that supposed to be like ding 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 ding? We got a winner, Johnny.
No. That's this little sound that she makes. You know what I'm saying? As she's I'm you know, that's a little sound that she makes when she's doing one of the things that she's doing. It's just
basically like
it's just
without saying anything about it, it's one of the most, I would say, unforgettable endings.
If you're a guy, it fucks your brains up. It will.
Yeah, basically. I think I was 14 when I watched that. And I was just like, my God.
Fuck your brain up as a guy. You'd be like,
I need to find this movie. Okay.
It won't be hard to find. It won't be hard to find. Trust me, it will not be. You might even be able to find it on Shudder. I'm almost sure. Or something like that.
Audition. Did it come out in 1999?
That sounds about right. Yeah, I think.
I'm going to check.
Was it?
That does sound right.
But it's all Asian. It's all Asian. Yep. It did. That's the one. That is the one you're looking for.
Yeah, because it was because when I first got into Japanese horror, like, you know, I watched the Grudge movies, The Ring.
Okay, so was this movie directed by Takashi Miike?
Yes.
Okay, I found it.
'Cause, yeah, you watch like these genuinely creepy things like The Grudge and The Ring and various other things. But that's something I didn't expect.
But I don't know. Like I said, they tried to remake Old Boy, but I just think I think they tried to. What do you feel about the Old Boy remake? Did you feel like they tamed it out?
I haven't seen either yet, but I did download Old Boy recently. We may have talked about it briefly on here. There was some reason I downloaded it. I was reminded to download it.
I didn't watch it, even though they had,
Get
even
it
though
legally,
they had,
I mean,
even though they had Brolin, even though they had Brolin in it, I still didn't watch it because I heard that they tamed it out, like because Japan and whatnot, they go hardcore. So
yeah,
like the premise of Old Boy is really hardcore, and I just don't know if they really had it in them to really go the full measure that movie. Oh yeah, that they. I don't know if they really had the full measure to go where that movie first went. Yeah, she already. Yeah. I think he's talking about Audition. I'm pretty sure he's talking about Audition. Yeah, it's yeah, because
she's definitely broad. Like if you walk into there, you're just like, I'm just looking at you. Something's up here. There's something going on.
But yeah, she's quite a filly. She's quite a filly. But I don't know if they got enough to really kind of deal with what that movie is, because the patriarchy here in America to really have to, if they could really allow a movie like that to be made. I mean, who would play that? Oh my God, I can just only imagine who would. I can imagine the droves of women that would audition to be part of the movie Audition. to be that lead character. Oh my God!
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Can you imagine
today's day and age? They might be. I'm kind of surprised they're not racing to make that movie.
Yeah, I can't. Can you imagine notable names that would step up to want to be the type they want to be the main female? You know what I'm saying? Female and that fucking. Oh my God! Can you just imagine it?
A lot of they thems, I imagine.
Whew. But yeah. Look, okay. I'm sorry. Look, and now that we're in the Asian front here, should we do? Oh, yes, right. He did say he preferred to do Zilla first because he's ready to go. And I'm glad we kind of went into the Asian market, because here we are. I would definitely say that, first of all, the one main thing that I wanted to say about Godzilla Minus One was that something that I've never really felt like I saw to this great an extent. They tried with Bryan Cranston, with the movie with Bryan Cranston and everything like that, but to really gain a storyline of to really gain a storyline of like the layer beneath the destruction and what happened and what a certain individual. It's hard to imagine what one individual would be dealing, because he damages on a wide scale. So it would be hard. It would be hard to imagine what one person was dealing with in that situation, and it would be hard to imagine. But in a way, it's hard to imagine, but it's not when you look at it and you see like you feel like, damn, Godzilla is like fucking with this guy throughout the whole movie. But it's like it's so big. It's like it's hard to escape where Godzilla is fucking trampling. So it's like does he's fucking with his whole life. But it's like they really boil it down to that level of like that one person and what they were dealing with, and the emotion and the levels of turmoil that he's dealing with. It really brought this to a whole nother level for me that I haven't seen. And it's an overall Asian movies and content, that more emotion, that more vulnerability, you know what I'm saying? The ability to be sad and to be a little weak and to be a little angry and to be a little torn up. They allowed that a little bit more, in this movie, and it was really great. It really took it to the next level, and then the movie itself and the content was just great along with it. But I wanted to make sure I say it real quick, because I got to say goodbye real quick where you guys start. But I just wanted to say like that, just that level, that extra layer that they put on, really just took the movie to a whole another level. I mean, I just never thought that they could really just boil it down to just like one person's emotions and what he's dealing with and how he's got to deal with this gigantic monster that can do as much damage as Godzilla can do. What's he dealing with in his mind? It was just, it was something I never thought that could be done on that level, but it was great to see it done, and it was done in a very, very, you know what I'm saying, superior way. I mean, I was really blown away by the level of emotion that could be brought down from, because there's so many people that you could deal with, but it's like to be able to center on that one guy's experience.
They focus on,
Okay.
This poor son of a bitch who's like, I'll just say that opening scene, I love that opening scene so much.
Mm-hmm.
With, not mini Godzilla, but like, what would you call it? Like third scale Godzilla, when it was just kind of a regular, like, living dinosaur when it first comes upon the beach at night there.
Yeah,
and they just out. I really liked the way that was done.
Yeah, I liked it too. It's I was kind of surprised that they would show Godzilla that early in the movie, but I wasn't.
Right from the get-go.
Yeah, I wasn't disappointed in it. Now, at first glance, I was like, really? He's that small? But it didn't take me long to realize that it was like, oh, he's going to get bigger.
Yeah, that's just Godzilla before any intervention happens.
Yeah. And then, of course, we see the time jump. I don't remember how long the time jump was, but
I want to say like 5 years-ish, but I'm not certain about that.
Yeah, but no, it's just I was very pleased with it, and I also like the whole like plot direction that they took with that main character. I don't remember his name, and as much as I hate to admit it,
Akira.
Akira.
Oh, come on, you.
You. Actually, it was Akira, not Akira. Motherfucker.
You didn't even know. You didn't even know till I told you. You didn't even know till I told you.
Yeah, but no. Look, I'll be the first to admit that I am terrible when it comes to Japanese names. I'm not very good at their pronunciation correctly. I have to be able to hear it being said multiple times. Now, when I watched the movie, I heard them say their names multiple times, and I distinctly, like, after you had like said their name was Akira, I was like, oh wait, now I remember it was Akira. But yeah, yes, I know. I'm the ass.
Still, you're doing it again.
Yeah.
Stone, are you okay with all this shaming that's going on?
You didn't know. You didn't know, so kiss my kimono. You didn't know till I tell you. Kiss my kimono.
I don't remember anyone else's name now. I don't.
Michiro. Michiro was the girl, and then you had I forgot the goddamn girl's name. I'm sorry, but
yeah, I'll have to take your word for it. But yeah, but I'm not good with Japanese names. I'm not. It's just
I either am or not at all.
With a first name like mine, I'm pretty good with unique names and everything like that. I usually can be, if I really try to focus in, I try to be, but I try not to be that guy. I try not to always be that guy that I need to know because usually I can be that person, but I try to kind of balance between being really knowledgeable and more casual, because I want to be able to relate to the people who don't always know every single person's name, what their real name was as the actor and what their name as a character on, in the movie, but they really love the movie and they really love the details of it, but maybe they don't always know. So I just try to relate. So I don't want to try to be the person who always knows every single person, because I can do that sometimes. I really can.
Look, I'm usually pretty good with names, but when it comes to Japanese names, I just can't do it. I can't. It's just I'm not good with Japanese names.
But I do agree with V over here. Is it just me or do the visuals? Yeah, they were really well done and scary. Like you really get a sense of feeling like, God damn, like Godzilla is like right there walking past those fucking stupid ass reporters they're clearly aware enough to know that our lives could be in danger right here. This is gonna be the last thing we do. You know, as this thing walks past. Like,
oh, those reporters were fucked. They were.
Oh yeah, completely.
Look at him. He's just knocking down buildings that took air raids a few years ago. You know, like Jesus Christ. Yeah, it was definitely scary. Like I said, it was definitely less cartoonish. It was definitely more like that's what Cloverfield did. That's what Cloverfield did that hadn't really been done in a while. You know, it was more like it felt more present and felt like more you're in this, and it's more like it's there really knocking down buildings and doing shit, and it's not, and it doesn't look cartoonish. It, you know, some, like I said, I think Cloverfield, along with other movies, you know what I'm saying, I think it forced the step up. I mean, look, the Godzilla movies were always fun because we understand that this is not a real monster that we're depicting here in any history that he did any of this damage or anything like that. You know, so it's like
Stone?
I thought that was me. I thought it was my internet.
Okay, it looks like we lost Stone. Okay.
Yeah, that's one thing I loved about that opening scene is Godzilla gets introduced in the pretty much in pitch black darkness, more or less. They approached it very much like a horror movie. Like this thing just comes out of the dark and starts fucking murdering everybody, destroying everything.
Yes.
I love that.
Oh yeah, it's just absolutely, like, I loved it. I really I will say that after watching Godzilla Minus One, I'm kind of disappointed with the MonsterVerse going forward. I mean,
it really does. It sets the bar so goddamn high.
It really does. I told you that I watched Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I did not like that movie at all. It was not good. And of course, having watched Godzilla Minus One, it made me dislike The New Empire even more. It's just
Yeah, it's funny. Like I've heard mostly not great things about Godzilla X Kong from pretty much anyone whose opinion about it I actually respect, like you and various podcasters and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And then Minus One, like it's one of those things, you hear a movie that's hyped up so much, you're like, surely it lived up to what I'd heard. Like I really was just like, I'm not let down at all. This wasn't hyped up too much.
Yeah.
It was so fucking well done.
Yeah, it was really well done. And I'm actually kind of interested in checking out the other Toho movies. So the next one that I have.
You haven't watched Shin Godzilla yet?
Not yet. I'm planning on watching Shin Godzilla maybe sometime this week. I had other things to do around the house. I had like other stuff to do. But no, I should be able to watch Shin Godzilla maybe either later tonight or sometime tomorrow. But yeah, I shouldn't have anything in the way. But no,
so I'm guessing that's easily accessible on something.
Yes. Well, I mean, I'll have to rent it.
Okay.
But
okay, so I was thinking, if Stone could get access to it, maybe we could do that next week.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna rent it on Vudu. But it's, as last time I checked, it's not too expensive. At least in my currency, it's not too expensive. I'm not sure about yours.
I already got it for a very cheap price.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's see. What is it at for me? Well, I mean, I'm not sure if I should watch it in English or if I should watch it in Japanese, because there
I
is
figure I'll
two.
watch it in Japanese. So I watched Minus One in Japanese, and there's something about having those, like, the original performances.
I watched Godzilla Minus One in English though. I watched the
Yeah,
English dubbed version, and it seemed like it translated over pretty well.
it was all right.
Yeah, it wasn't
Because yeah,
bad.
typically with live action stuff, I'll go with the original language. Like, anime it's whatever. Like,
Yeah.
I don't mind watching the dub of that as long as it's not a terrible dub. But yeah, with live action, I don't know. I've always just for those original performances, I've always gone for the original language.
Uh-huh. But no, it's just yeah. I looked at the price. It's not too bad. Yeah, about like $3. Really,
Yeah, not bad
yeah,
at all.
yeah, not bad
Is
at
that the
all.
rent or buy?
The rent. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah. Okay. So I would like to ask, like, what did you think of the family aspect of Godzilla Minus One?
I like that. I like the sort of this I guess what would you call it? This makeshift family that kind of makeshift. I don't know if that's the right term. This
I know
weird little family that came up.
yeah, it's just that was one of the high points that a lot of people spoke of in Godzilla Minus One. Like it's like if I'm taking Minus One and comparing it to the human storylines of all the MonsterVerse movies,
Yeah.
Minus One handles it so much better than the MonsterVerse movies because the human storylines in the MonsterVerse movies are either just stupid or they're boring. But in Minus One, the human storyline, they handled it surprisingly well.
Like a lot of it almost felt too real to a point. Like you
Yeah,
really like so much of it hit really hard.
it did.
Like
It did.
like when you thought yeah, I can't remember her name. The guy he takes as his wife / the mother of this adopted baby.
Uh-huh.
When you think she's dead, like, god damn, that, like, I didn't expect that. It's like, oh shit. I thought, I didn't think they were going to kill off a character like that, but they, spoilers, seemingly did.
I'm going to say this. After that first scene, after how that first scene went down, and then when he came back to, you know what I'm saying, in his own village and everything like that. Like I said, that's where it started. I felt like it was just like Godzilla was just like dogging his life, bro. It's like he comes back. It's like he's in a certain place where he has an opportunity, and it's like at the same time, it's like that's the one thing they're always really good. I think Asian films and Asian content, they're really good at dealing with layers of things. It's like they seem to be able to say, okay, look, we can do something sort of like sci-fi or sort of like action fantasy type situation like this, but still work other layers into the situation, like dealing with the government and how people are made to feel, or how soldiers are made to feel who don't want to be kamikaze pilots.
That didn't you feel so bad like throughout, like, pretty much the whole movie? This poor son of a bitch is just feeling shame and this deep depression and wanting to kill himself because he didn't kill himself.
Because basically the war, because they felt like okay, the war efforts, they were losing the war effort in this world war. So what these pilots should have did, just in the scope of honor, should have still sacrificed themselves in a losing effort still. And, so, and a lot of those guys wouldn't. So you got to imagine that a lot of guys like him came home dealing with that same shame and indifference to the decision that they made and everything like that, because he got to know from his parents to come home alive. You know what I'm saying? Please, you know what I'm saying? Please come back alive. And he did, to only be spit on, and everything like that, and it was by somebody in his own village and everything like that. Lost his parents. That, so a lot of people lost the people that they loved. So he's dealt with that, coming back with that. But then also before he came back to deal with all of that, on this one island where where Godzilla decided to visit. He couldn't, he didn't want to take the damn shot, some Adam, and and basically he's being blamed.
I don't know
He's
if
carrying
he didn't want to. He just kind of froze.
I would say he did. Look, you gotta feel like, you could believe that this thing was gonna be taken out by that gun, but it's like if he wasn't, then it's like, man,
that instant. It's instantly, if I bounce a few bullets off, it's instantly turning to me, and I am fucked.
Or it's just going to anger the situation even more, and he's just going to, he's just going to start just, just
destroy absolutely everything and everyone.
But see, and that's the point that was proven when those other guys shot at him. It's like that's what it ended up doing. That's what it would have done if he would have shot at him. He would have, it would have enraged him, and then he would have, caused the same. He would cause the same damage and the same death toll regardless. And he wouldn't have been killed by that.
It's like, maybe if we all just kind of chilled and, just hid, we might have been fine.
Yeah, at least yeah, I mean, and
like it's not directly out in the open, and it's
And later on down the line, it was definitely proven, like when he actually got that good shot in with that mine, with that, with that sea mine, in his mouth, and then the motherfucker just, like, it's crazy. Like, that is proof right there that gun wouldn't have done anything.
Oh no, it wouldn't have done shit.
Well, how when they what was it, like they had him swallow a sea mine,
yeah,
and it blew up half of his face, and then it just regenerated.
Yeah.
So, like I say, it just, all those things just kind of set the proof that move would have been a stupid move. It just, he just knew that wasn't the right move to make. I mean, you could call it a freeze, or you could call it a moment of just knowing that just wasn't the right move to make, at that particular point in time.
Yeah, well, I will say that regenerative ability that Godzilla has now in this movie, that was very freaking scary, because it just means that Godzilla is now technically unstoppable. That it doesn't matter, like, how many times you blow him up with a bomb or have some super weapon to take him out, he will come back no matter what you do to him.
Yeah, Godzilla is Deadpool now, basically.
Pretty much.
But I mean, it was just,
it's like that scene from the newest Deadpool movie trailer where, like, he says he's soaking wet right now, where Godzilla just looks at the camera and it says in, like, subtitles, "I'm soaking wet right now."
Oh, great. But I just really got to say that that I was just like, oh my, look, I gotta say, like, that scene where Godzilla was chasing him in that small ass boat. Oh my god, like that shit right there.
Which I thought was actually an interesting explanation as to why they were using that boat, because it's a wooden boat, so that was the only boat they could use. I like that explanation, where they couldn't use a metal boat because the sea mines were magnetic.
The American ones. Yeah. The American ones in particular.
Yeah.
And that introduction of the boat is perhaps the only moment of real levity in this movie. When he's like, it cuts from him being told, like, yeah, we got this, military outfitted boat and whatnot. And it cuts to him standing, looking at the boat, be like, oh shit, this is it. It's just this dinky little fucking wooden
and it's probably
quickly explained as to why it's good, but that is like a little, definitely like a little bit of comedy.
Yeah,
and perhaps the only moment.
I mean, there was always some, some humor there. I'm always, because again, like natural situations, even in these moments, there's gonna be moments of just a little, just a little break from the heaviness. Sometimes there's gonna be a little bit of that. You just can't help it because you're trying to forge some sense of mental peace and and trying to forge ahead a little bit, so you can't always feel like it's just drudging and misery and anguish. You got to feel like there's some,
Yeah.
you got to feel like there's some moment of connection. And it's just like we was talking about, it's like at the moment where a lot of those guys agreed, because they were in conflict about, man, we made it out of this world war, and now you're asking us to kind of go back in here and risk our lives again, against this thing. And but they agreed, and then they're out there, and it's like he's talking to the doctor. He's like, look, these guys know what's at risk here, but they really have a sense that they could do something good here. So it's just, what I'm saying, it's just a different spirit that they're trying to go out there with, and it's, and you can kind of feel like I said, they really did a great job of bringing more vulnerability and emotion to this, not stiffness and always strength and always hold steady. I mean, there's still that hold steady there, that determination that's always going to be a hallmark of what's going to be in Asian movies, but there's still a vulnerability where,
there's a lot of that, a lot of vulnerability, and just sort of
a lot of raw emotion, even where he was feeling like that. Say again?
A lot of second guessing, and just
like even at the point where he felt like maybe he was a dying man, that he was a dying man. This was like his last hallucination as a dying man. That that the girl and the baby was there and everything like that. It's kind of a trip. There's some weird beeping, but
yeah, I thought it was a text tone or something.
You heard it too?
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, I heard it as well.
Jeez, wonder what that was, because it seems too close then. But hopefully it's done for now. But
the ghost is getting a Skype call.
But let me see. But I do have to say that atomic, that atomic breath scene in the in the city was quite a. But it's just I will say though, now real quick before I move on to his whole atomic breath thing, I will say that it did seem a little targeted. It did seem a little targeted in a way that, like, goddamn, he attacks the train that that Michiro's on. Like, it just seems like, goddamn, guys, you're kind of being a little excessive right there. You're just kind of being a little excessive with fucking with that man's life. What I'm saying? Just a little, just a tad.
Hasn't this man been through enough?
Like, they're just really being heavy. That was the moment they really feel like, damn, they're being a little heavy-handed on this fucking with this man's life thing. What I'm saying? Like, seriously.
And is it just me? As like in that sequence where the atomic breath was like blowing everything in the way away in the street, and she has the opportunity to push him out of the way. I was just like, why didn't you tackle him so you both got to that alleyway half a meter away and could have both been fine?
Yeah, I thought the same
thing. Mine was, why didn't he grab her too? As what I'm saying, when she pushed him, why did he grab her too?
That too, but yeah, I feel like they were both dummies in that moment. Like, why? Yeah, there was no reason for her to get fucked up in that sequence.
But that was them being a little. That was them being really poetic and being very dramatic and theatric in the moment. And
it's definitely all about the dramatic.
Yeah, her being super self-sacrificing for him, that was willing to be so self-sacrificing for her and the little girl and everything like that. And it was just it was just one of those type moments. That's why it was of course a great thing when she when she was even though battered, she still happened to survive and everything like that, but not without some.
I did not expect that. I figured once she was gone, she was fucking gone.
I knew it was something when she came out there and she's hitting them like, you know, I'm like, okay, it's some kind of news or something, you know what I'm saying? It's some kind of big news, some kind of big watershed moment here. You know, like I said, I didn't know that was a possibility, but I knew it was some kind of watershed moment that was definitely happening, you know, at that point.
Oh yeah, I called it just before it happened, for the actual reveal. But in the moment when she died, I thought for sure she was gone.
But
yeah, I agree to that entire comment.
To
the Japanese make some of the best stories with many different art forms. That's why I enjoy Silent Hill 2, one of the best horror games of all time.
Yeah, and to comment on that, they also make really good RPGs as well, role-playing games.
Pretty much, like, they're hard to beat in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Like some of the best role-playing games that I've played are from Japan. Like, for example, the Persona series. I'm a big fan of the Persona series.
I haven't played any of those. Always wanted to, though.
Yeah. They're good. They're fun.
And they make some of the hardest games you'll ever play, too.
Oh, absolutely. Try Elden Ring. That's
I was gonna say the Dark Souls game, Elden Ring, Bloodborne, which is all the same company, but they're games that are it's strange. Like, you're being punished when you play them, but you keep coming back. They make you want to keep coming back and try again and
the
try
only
and
people that
persevere.
play those games are masochists.
It's got to be, right? It's got to be some kind of something wrong with us, people who love those games. It's just like, because they're so fucking maddening, but you really, you can't stop coming back.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, man. I mean, I still haven't beaten Elden Ring, and that game's been out for like 2 years.
Yeah, I haven't finished it either. There's that new DLC that just came out, which, from what I gather, is more or less a sequel, as, like, disguised as a DLC.
Yep,
like, it's
pretty much.
Huge.
It is massive, and it is it could basically be considered its own game.
Yeah.
Oh man, I both love and I have a love-hate relationship with Elden Ring.
Yeah, it's I mean, same with all the From Software games, because it really is just oh, fuck you. Hey, you came back. Fuck you again.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, you came back again. Fuck you a third time.
I even tried out Armored Core 6. I even tried that game. And
how was it? I haven't played any of it.
Oh my god, Armored Core 6. They said like, "Oh, you want to drive around a mech? Okay, here's a game world for you to play in. Oh, look, there is a gigantic aerial vehicle that wants to use you like a mop."
I've seen a couple of the bosses, and they're basically like, like the size of an entire region.
Yeah. Oh my god, Armored Core 6 is an asshole. Oh my Jesus Christ. I was like, yeah. I looked at my game time to see how long I've been playing the game. I was like, yep, I'm under 2 hours. Time to refund.
Literally all of those games, I'll spend, I would say, the majority of my time farming to level up, because I suck way too bad to do things at the level you're supposed to do them at. So I just try to get myself at least to some kind of power level where I actually have a chance.
Yeah. Oh man.
And even that, it's still punishing.
Oh yeah.
Like, you could way over level, and it's still just like, this is so hard.
I mean, I would say Elden Ring is more entertaining than Armored Core 6, but Armored Core 6 is just oof, oof, oof.
It's just a jerk.
It's a dick. That's what it is. It's a fucking dick. Because it gives you limited ammunition, and if you expel your ammunition, then that's it. You're fucked.
Ugh. That's just mean.
Yeah. You have to use it
I think
sparingly.
I would say my favorite so far has probably been Bloodborne. And I think a lot of that is because of the style of the game,
Yeah.
where it's like that sort of like Lovecraft, sort of Victorian kind of, yeah, just that general sort of style of the game I really, really loved.
Yeah, I've never played Bloodborne, and I'll probably not play it unless they finally port the game to PC.
Yeah, I don't know if that's ever going to happen. And I think that's just because From Software's not an indie studio, but I'm guessing they don't have insane resources. I'm guessing they're sort of like not a smaller studio, but not, a triple A studio.
They, as far as I know, From Software is their own company, but they have
Yeah.
various publishing agreements with various companies, specifically Bandai Namco. And
Yeah.
when it came to Bloodborne, they had a publishing agreement with Sony. Now,
Yeah,
of
because
course,
it's made
Sony
purely for the PS4, yeah.
Sony is like releasing their exclusives to PC, so it is a possibility that Bloodborne could release on PC. We just don't know when that's going to happen.
Yeah, because that game, I mean, it had sort of performance issues originally. I think the PS4 Pro boost mode fixes a lot of those,
Yep.
but I think it still has some performance issues. But it's one of those things like it would benefit so much from just some kind of, not a remaster necessarily, but just, well, yeah, a release on PC / a patch for like PS5 or whatever, and just, yeah, just give it the improvements that it needs.
Yeah, of course. But
still, amazing game. And
yeah, absolutely. I'm sure.
Frustrating as fuck, but very cool.
But that's the frustration is pretty typical of From Soft games.
Yeah, it's basically, if you see the name From Software, expect to be very annoyed a lot of the time. Unless you're one of these freak gamers who is great at everything. I'll never be one of those people. Never have been, never will be.
Yeah.
I almost think I've gotten worse over time, because I go back and play games that I didn't really have much trouble with as a kid. I'm like, how the fuck did I ever get anywhere in this? This is so difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Like SNES era games and stuff like that. Your more like arcade sort of games.
Mm-hmm.
I used to be all right at this, and now it's just like I can't do this. I think I kind of blame games getting easier over time, or being made easier, rather.
Yeah.
Because a lot of games don't really challenge you all that much, unless you play it on very hard or something like that.
Yeah, they do make games easier nowadays because they want to try to reach the maximum number of players.
Yeah, it's an accessibility thing.
Yep. Hell, games implement accessibility features to make games even easier. Like, take the Spider-Man game from the PlayStation. There are accessibility features in that game that make it so easy that you barely have to do anything to play the game.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of
It's basically to the point where the game will literally play itself.
Yeah, like I've noticed that with a lot of games, they'll have I think it's often called like story mode or something like that, where it's pretty much you want to experience the story without really having to worry about any kind of challenge.
Yeah. Well,
like,
I mean,
story mode or some kind of different titles for different games, but
yeah, but in the Spider-Man game, like if you play the accessibility features as easy as possible, how it's set up is that like the game has something called quick time events. If you have it set up to the easiest possible setting, the quick time events will auto complete, so you don't even have to do anything.
Wow.
Yep.
because I've seen options like that in certain games where it's like instead of having to press, specific buttons at specific times, you'll just have to hold a button a couple times or something like that. Like, they make them easier, but that's like, yeah, that's really just, yeah,
I mean,
that.
If the quick time events auto complete, then it's just like, what's the damn point of even playing the game?
Yeah, it's just it becomes a cutscene.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like if you're not going to play the game, if you're not going to play the game, if you're just going to sit there and just watch the game, then you're just watching a movie at that point.
Which was, like, I always found that, like, I'd never had an issue with QuickTime events as long as they did have some kind of challenge to them. Like,
exactly.
Like the God of War games and stuff like that would have them, like the older ones, where it's like, yeah, if you missed a button prompt or you missed using the using one of the thumbsticks or whatever the fuck to do the specific thing, you would fuck the whole thing up and have to start again. You're not just watching a movie. Like,
I've never played a Godzilla video game.
I can't think of any good ones.
Yeah.
I played a Superman game. I played Friday the 13th. I played Nightmare on Elm Street. I've never played a Godzilla video game.
There was one that came out in recent years because it was on PS4. I'm not sure when exactly, but it was.
Oh, I know that. One. That was like a bad one.
Yeah, it wasn't great because it looked cool from what I saw. It was like not Street Fighter with Godzilla and Kaiju, but that kind of thing, like a fighting game.
No, the Godzilla game that I'm thinking of is that you play as Godzilla and you basically spend most of the game as Godzilla, just destroying cities and trying to take down nuclear reactors, and that's pretty much the entire game.
Yeah, I do kind of remember that one. Yeah, actually, yeah.
See, yeah. I'm spitballing shit that could be ideas for them. Like, what if they reworked the Rampage game to include legendary kaiju monsters?
Game. I remember that game. Rampage was fun.
Like, what if they reworked that to include legendary kaiju monsters?
Yeah, but would Toho even agree to that?
It would be awesome. It would be awesome, though.
It would.
It would be awesome. But the real question is, would Toho agree to it?
If they're awesome, they would.
Yeah, but Toho, like, they're pretty, like, picky about what they approve.
But if they're
they basically approve nothing.
But if
yeah.
But if they were awesome, that would be just an awesome thing to fucking do.
It would be awesome if we got a Rampage-esque game that was in the Kaiju universe.
But see, but I would say do like Mortal Kombat always does it. Like include legendary fighters or killers, into the Mortal Kombat, universe like that. Like do Rampage, and have all the legendary Rampage beasts, but then also have them take on the legendary kaiju monsters.
I mean, yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Like I could just see how that shit would just be so great. I would easily go Mechagodzilla. Easily.
I think I think a lot of people would go Mechagodzilla because Mechagodzilla is cool. But I think you can probably guess where I would go.
The garbage monster from that
Gamera
that I'm forgetting?
No.
Gamera.
Yeah, Gamera. I would go Gamera. Because who doesn't like turtles?
Fucking right.
Turtle. Remember remember the Master of the Skies? Turtle. Yeah, you guys, you never saw that? You've never seen Dana Carvey, Master of the Skies?
No. I've seen the movie. I've only ever seen it once, but I've seen it.
I thought we didn't. I thought we didn't talk about that anymore.
What? When did that happen?
It's like
since it came out
for the Turtle Club.
I'm the turtle.
You're traumatizing every viewer out there right now.
That shit was funny. I'm sorry. Look,
It's the 9/11 of movies. People don't want to think about that.
Oh, what you mean,
They'll never forget.
They'll
never forget.
What do you mean, a false flag? How, what's that mean?
Maybe. I don't know.
Inside job, you mean? The Master of the Skies was an inside job.
It was definitely an inside job. Someone wanted to ruin Dana Carvey's career.
Who got insurance on?
I think it was him. So it was a very inside job.
So who got insurance on the failing of that movie?
I gotta hope Dana Carvey. I fucking hope he made some bank on that.
I'm just saying.
They did him no favors otherwise.
Who, did we sacrifice some Italians, some real Italians for the failing of this movie?
Do we what?
Were some Italians sacrificed for the making of this movie, for the failing of this movie? I mean, because they were supposed to be like Italian, they're supposed to be fucking Italian Master of Disguise, thief family or whatever, and James Brolin was playing an Italian, Master of Disguise, and
James or Josh?
It was James.
He was still alive at that point? God damn.
He's dead?
I think of the right guy. James Brolin, the guy who's appeared in
Barbara Streisand's husband. He's dead?
I thought so. Last time I saw him was at least
wait a second. Right? He's Brolin? Dead? James Brolin.
If it's a guy I'm thinking of.
The guy who was in Amityville Horror, of course.
Hold on now.
He's dead. He's not dead. He's just old.
He's only 83. God damn. I would have thought he was like 110.
Oh my God, come on, you ass.
I mean, he's looked old since like the 70s.
No. Hey, wait a second. He did not look fucking old in the Amityville Horror. No, he didn't. He was a young man then. He was a young man with bushy hair and a great brown beard.
He had a great brown beard.
And a great bushy beard. Just call back to fucking Hot Fuzz. God, I love that movie. Fucking one of the greatest comedy action movies there ever was. It ranks up there with Bad Boys 2. I'll say that. It ranks up there with. It wanted to get there. It ranks up there with Bad Boys 2. What you think? What you think, guys? Does Hot Fuzz measure up to its idol, Bad Boys 2?
I have never seen any of the Bad Boys movies.
What? You racist. I'm joking. I'm joking, Charles. I'm joking, Charles. I'm joking.
How does it not make you racist? 2 was the last one I saw. I saw that in the theater, but I remember enjoying that, but I liked Hot Fuzz a lot more, I would say.
Yes. Hot Fuzz. Come on.
But Bad Boys 2 was a good movie from my memory.
Why do I like British comedy so much? I can't explain it. I can't explain why I love why I get British humor so fucking much. But I do. I fucking love it. I fucking just love Danny Deck Chair is one of my all-time favorite movies. I fucking love that movie. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it.
Never seen that one. Was that the guy who he had a deck chair with like balloons on it? Yeah, I never saw that movie. For some reason, I thought that was an Australian movie. I don't know why.
Was it? Oh, but then I apologize. Maybe I should say, like European or international sort of like sense of humor, but mostly it's been British for me. But overall, I do
One
like
of
Flight of
them
the Conchords.
goddamn foreign movies.
Oh, really? Do I really ask? Really? Really? There? Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. That's me. Johnny A. #1. Okay, American. Huh? That's me. Huh?
But
Okay,
yes, it was an Australian movie.
It was
2003. Goddamn. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry about that. Then I will open it up because I do like Flight of the Conchords and other stuff like that. So I will say international.
That's New Zealand.
I'm no. What I'm saying is that's why I was about to preface it by saying international humor.
I swear to God, I'm this close to quitting this fucking bullshit.
You interrupted.
I will only take so much offense.
You interrupted me before I could finish by fucking saying international humor. I'm opening it up to say international humor is something that I seem to really gravitate to. I really get it. I really like international overall because I know Flight of the Conchords is New Zealand, not Australian. Okay, I get it. I
fucking better.
I fucking get it. The same way you understand. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna. No. This is not the show for that type of talking. I was about to say some things about black people and slang, and no, I wasn't gonna do that. That's another show that me and Grim. Or Jim Jim Grindle, we need to do. We used to do that. We used to get off on like doing the show where we would attack our own race and things like that. Not like making like racial slurs, but like just like getting on their shortcomings, their actual shortcomings. Let's see what it was like. Like it would be easy for me to go and attack the white race, which he vehemently feels like he's not part of the white race, as as the normal technical standpoints of the white race perceives to be. He's not a part of that. So that's always been the one thing that but he had to be the representative because, even though I'm not, the typical, thing that people think about when they think about, who in the fuck would expect me to be talking about fucking Coheed and Cambria or fucking Slipknot at this point? You know what I'm saying? Who would fucking expect that out of me? Or wondering, is fucking, is the knock. The knock was always Avenged Sevenfold was trying to be like a rip of Guns N' Roses, which I vehemently fucking agree with. You know what I'm saying? They never had a half black, half Jewish lead, lead guitars. So what the fuck are they even talking about? You know what I'm saying?
So the guy from Avenged Sevenfold can actually sing.
Ooh, my goodness. Now that one, wow. So you are saying that the man who fucking sung Sweet Child of Mine can't sing?
Yes.
Or can't sing anymore, or he never could sing?
Both.
Yikes. Woo! Woo!
Shots fired.
Wow.
Fuck off.
Oh. Oof. Damian.
Fucking Axl Rose sucked my dick.
Look. Axl Rose can suck my dick after we did the Guns N' Roses in the first place. So yeah, I'm with you on that. I just thought, look, Sweet Child of Mine.
Fuck off.
Go on.
Not having it.
Jeez. Wow. I'm blown away right now. I've never heard this perspective before. Like, wow. Jesus. I'm hurt for Axl Rose right now. Jesus fucking Christ.
If it wasn't for the vocals, I would probably love that band, but he's always just annoyed the shit out of me.
Oh my God. No way. Hold up. Jim, you're an ass. Avenged Sevenfold was a rip of GNR, Metallica, and STP. What the fuck? What in the hell? Stone Temple Pilots? Oh, come. You're just being ridiculous right now. You're just being ridiculous right now. And fucking Metallica never had dual lead guitarists. What the fuck are we talking about here? Like what the fuck, man? Oh my god. Lars is not like the Rev. Well, I mean, what are we talking about here? This is way off. This is way off. Way off. And thank you, Damian. Thank you. You know, yes, fucking, you know what I'm saying? Fucking M Gates. You know what I'm saying? I don't apologize. M Shadows can actually fucking sing. You know what I'm saying?
Has it always been the same guy, like the same singer?
Yeah, the singer, yes. Yeah. Bassist, drummer, no. Lead guitarist, yes. You know, Johnny, was it Johnny Christ, or was it, I forgot his name, was first name Christ. I don't know if he was always there, but the Rev wasn't always there. He was there and then he wasn't, I think. And then I think he came back. But
one of those bands with a bit of a rotating lineup.
When it came to the drummer, well, not a whole bunch, but when it came to the drummer and the basses, but Zachy Vengeance and God, I forgot the other guy's name, but the lead singer and the dual lead guitarist, they've always been the same, to my knowledge. You know, it's just the drummer and the bassist that was a little bit in flux at one point, I think.
Seems like that's the case with a lot of bands. Like, if any members are going to be sort of
not Pearl
changed, not Pearl Jam, but a lot of cases, like, the drummer or the bassist will be people that will change.
Fucking the oddest one was fucking Oasis. Jesus Christ, God,
the Gallagher brothers.
Jeez, I'll never forget that show. Fucking Liam, you know, so no, Noel. Hold on, wait a second. Nope, Liam is sitting in the fucking crowd in a balcony watching Noel perform his songs.
Like, did he pay for a ticket? Or was he just?
Who knows? I mean, it's Liam Gallagher of Oasis, and he just wants to sit in the crowd while fucking. I mean, it just, oh God. And he wasn't ignored. Noel knew he was there and said something, and it's, you know, just he had to play. He had to basically perform the songs that he would normally sing on and shit like that. You know, it's, of course they were all Noel songs because he wrote them, but you know he'd never sung on them. You know, except for one, which was one of the better ones in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Don't Look Back in Anger was one of my more favorite ones. I have to admit.
It's a band I've never really listened to aside from, you know, the hits, I guess. You couldn't avoid Wonderwall.
Don't Look Back in Anger should have been one of the ones then.
Yeah, it probably was. I just don't know it by title.
But yeah, it was like one of the only songs that Noel actually sung on, and that I can remember one of the bigger ones that he sung on, and it was like one of my more favorite songs, honestly. Do I have to say? But yeah, just real quick, just a quick check in because I enjoy this. But are we have any more on Godzilla Minus One? Because I mean, I gotta say, for me, if there was anything more to say on it, I would definitely say the plan that they had was a very, very interesting plan. It was very unique. You never saw. I don't think I ever seen anybody try anything that was like that.
You know,
it was a very unique plan. Yeah,
it was a unique plan. I was expecting them to do some like updated version of the Oxygen Destroyer plan. So when they came up with this plan, I was like, "Oh, really? Okay, this is new."
Very, and I mean, I found it very.
Yeah.
I liked it's like it just keeps showing like I like everything that they did with this movie. It's just like everything was interesting, unique. It was just layered. It was new. They even had a fucking plan B. You know what I'm saying? It was just, and then they even had a little twist at the end where the guy installed a fucking ejector seat. Like, man, like it was just like everything that they fucking did with this movie. It was just like, like I said, although if I had any critiques, a little heavy-handed with the guy's life, just a little bit. And I would say there was anything else that I could fucking just a
to the plan though, like the plan to kill Godzilla, using his own environment against him. That was fucking. I really liked that.
Yeah.
I would definitely say that, but I mean, he looked at that last point. He looked extremely pissed off when he was about to blow that atomic breath. He looked extremely pissed. Like, oh my God. I like the fact that they really gave more definition to his face, because when he was in that water chasing him in that boat, like it was just fucking like could you just imagine being in that boat and see that should be a ride that they should do. Like at Universal Studios, like having like the head of Godzilla like chasing you in the fucking boat. You know what I'm saying? Like with all that definition in his fucking face, like that shit would be fucking like.
That's good. It's like Jaws eat your fucking heart out. It's like it's one thing having a big shark, but that fucking behemoth.
And like it's just like the definition in his face, and you can see his eyes. Like you could really see his eyes, and like the anger in his fucking face. It was just like, man, they really did a good job of really bringing it like level to like the environment. Like it was just like in other movies, honestly, you had to make, especially with the older ones, but they were classics. You had to make it more cartoonish to the environment to fit Godzilla, but they really made Godzilla and like just really fit a realism in, you know what I'm saying, in this environment. It was just like, it was just like incredible what they did. I have to say, like a well deserved Oscar for the you know what I'm saying, the visual effects. You know what I'm saying, well deserved.
The fact that the movie was made for $12 million or less US is insane.
It proves to me in a way like what I've always felt when I was coming up and doing creative shit when I was, you know, when I was a kid going into my 20s, and when I connected with Jim and everything like that. I always felt like if nothing else, if I didn't have anything else, I had me. So I could always try to find things or get things to try to be more creative in my environment, but it's always kind of about me kind of like being able to create the environment and not always having the best of the best shit, because sometimes I wasn't going to always have it. So I always had to have my creativity to make it work and make an environment that just at least, you know what I'm saying, made it seem like I was creating a whole new vibe and things. So it's like once I got the better stuff, it's like, yeah, you know, it's like you do way more with, you know what I'm saying, with the little bit of better stuff that you get, the little bit of higher upgrades that you get, you do a lot more with it because you were always willing to do more with a whole lot less, you know. So that's like the whole thing that I always believed in. Like that's why I was always willing to do whatever I wanted to do, even when I didn't have the greatest of shit, because once I got that greater shit, I will be able to do so much more with it.
Because, like, I can think of movies tens of millions of dollars more, maybe even a couple $100 million more within a few years of this movie that look worse.
I would say to have that kind of, like, that scene in the water where and by the way, that fucking plane was fucking awesome, by the way. I mean, that shit was that shit was a little slice of awesome. You know, I have to admit, I would kind of like one of those. I would kind of like to fly one of those if I could. Propeller in the back, that shit was fucking awesome. I mean, damn. I mean, what do you guys think about? I mean, I really fucking like the idea of that plane. I gotta say.
Just wish I had anywhere near the skill that it would take to actually take to the sky in that thing.
I would love to try it. I would love to have somebody in there with me. I would love to try that shit. But just being in that water and just, I mean, the scene they created with that, I mean, that was pretty fucking good. I mean, that was pretty fucking good. To feel like they could play into Godzilla's ego, and like you're attacking him, so now he's pissed. So now he's gonna go after that damn plane because it's like, yeah, what a good way to pull him out, to pull him onto that open space like that. It's pretty good.
Did you, at any point, did either of you guys think that we're going to kill off the main character? I had the feel, like, just because of the tone of the movie and how they were going with things, I kind of thought it was a possibility.
Of course.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, please.
I thought that there was a possibility. I would say it was maybe a 60-40 chance that Akira was going to be killed. 60% chance that he was going to die, 40% chance that he would live.
I'd probably go slightly higher than that, but yeah, about the same.
Yeah,
I would say I was less likely. I mean, I was never going to dismiss it as a possibility that he would, because I mean, he was a kamikaze fighter. The scene was set for it. Like, he was a kamikaze fighter. The whole thing that was set around this was a lot of the kamikaze pilots made a decision to not sacrifice themselves for the honor, and things like for various reasons. That was it was like a whole bit of what this was set around. So at that moment where he had that opportunity to do it again, to basically rid, Japan of Godzilla, he would take that opportunity. So I never dismissed it as a possibility, but I felt like the way the man's life was fucked with so vigorously throughout this movie, I just felt like, yeah, I just couldn't see that.
Like he's gonna take something back for himself.
You would have hoped, because his life was so fucked with so vigorously throughout this movie that you just felt like, nah, you couldn't do that to this guy, at that point, so yeah, I felt like it was a less likely chance that they would go that route, because then it would be too tragically Japan, and we can't do that. We don't want to do that. We don't want to go too tragic Japan on this one, because they can do that. They definitely can.
Oh yeah, like I've seen
he
countless
dies,
other
she dies.
horror movies where they both would be dead by the end of the movie.
Horror movies, or even tragic, or even very tragic, dramatic, samurai movies, he dies, she dies, everybody dies. Everybody dies except for the kid, maybe. What I'm saying? It's just like,
maybe.
Yeah. So it's just like, yikes. So it's just like, yeah, the Japanese could let it go that way, but I'm glad that they decided that that's not the way they could. No, not just because he's the hero, but he suffered so much. He suffered. Parents gone. Their parents gone. He's being shamed as one of the many kamikaze pilots that didn't die for the honor. What I'm saying, of a losing war. He's now going back to he tried to build some semblance of a life, and has had a big part of that taken and everything like that. He's been shamed, feeling like he didn't take charge. And basically was kind of being held responsible for the loss of a lot of mechanics' lives on this island and everything like that. It's just, he's suffered a great deal. And it's just like, yeah, to have it all going, so yeah, I sacrifice and I die. It's just like, to have that moment where somebody said, you know what? The guy who held him responsible for those mechanics dying on that island was the one who installed the ejector seat to basically not have him sacrifice himself. In that moment was to have him emotional that he survived, that he made it out of there, was, was just a great moment that said all it needed to be said about, I don't blame you. That was wrong. I don't blame you for what happened there. and I don't want you to feel like you need to sacrifice yourself, to atone for what happened on that island. I mean, it was just a moment that said all that needed to be said, you know, and I'm saying, everything. So it was definitely a great moment. So
I like that sort of bit of a, I guess, a turnaround moment, but also sort of similar with the woman who was giving him shit when it was his neighbor or whatever when he got back, who was one of the ones giving him shit about, coming back. She ended up helping and being like a sort of significant part of his life. She recognized that he was trying to make good, I guess, on his failures by raising this kid, and so she was just like, all right, I'm going to help out with this.
but I mean, man, it's a conflict. Your parents want you to come back alive and everything like that. That puts you in great conflict. You know what I'm saying? With what your mission was and everything like that. I mean, it's a hard thing to face. I mean, all you could do is just, like he did, just try to, press forward because, you know, what else are you gonna do? I mean, like I say, it was definitely a great movie with a lot of layers. I think they definitely learned from the anime. Definitely, I feel like they learned from Attack on Titan. I think they're learning more that they can be vulnerable, and that brings more. And that brings more attraction to to their movies and to their content when they can be a little more varied, when they can be a little more emotional and not so stiff, and a little bit more, just layered in themselves. You know what I'm saying? I think in that way, I think it definitely just brought more eyes to it. And I think it was undeniable. Once the more eyes got to it, it was undeniable that, what they did with this movie in every way. I think honestly, I mean, I know it will be, really hard because you're translating a movie into English, and it's kind of, I don't know if how they do that, but I think they definitely should have gotten, like, you know best foreign language, movie or actors or whatever. They should have gotten, like, the lead actor. He should have gotten something for his, for his performance. And I think so. I think it should have been a lot more. I think the graphics definitely well deserved reward for the visual effects, but I
Oh,
think
for
there
sure,
should have
yeah.
been. I think there definitely should have been a little bit more that should have been given to, everything else that was done with this movie. For
Yeah,
sure.
definitely.
I think the screenplay was great. I think the climate that they put this in was just, like I said, another way of bringing a little bit of, like I said, they love to bring these layers, into the situation. Like, okay, we're dealing with this wild situation that you think could not be real, but then we're dealing with the real situation of government and secrets, and and how they and how they and how they misinform people, and block people off and insulate people the way they don't know what's really going on. Like at the end, like, yeah, Attack on Titan, big giant monsters eating, eating human people. That's where it starts. But then you realize that there's so many more layers beyond that. That is like, it becomes less about the big giant monsters and more about the monsters, saying, in nice clothing, and what the fuck they're doing. You know what I'm saying? It's just like,
That's it. It goes from the largest possible thing to, I guess, ultimately the smallest possible thing. Really,
but it just always shows, like,
everything
look,
in between.
like, something can seem fantastic, but there's always something underneath it that's, what I'm saying, that's real in the situation. So it's just like,
Yeah.
and I think that's like the lesson. It's like, look, science can create things, and things can be done because of nuclear mutations and stuff like that. It's just saying, like, look, people are making bad decisions. We need to make better decisions before, what if something like this could happen? Saying, what if some dangerous nuked up monster could, could emerge, one day, who knows? Look, have you guys ever heard something called the bloop?
The bloop?
Yep, the bloop.
Kind of
No.
rings a bell.
They say that there is that like when you're like there's a certain point out there in the way open deep sea, you know what I'm saying, oceans like that, there was a sound like
yeah, like
okay.
it's like the largest biggest sound ever recorded.
Yeah, and they're thinking that they're trying to say that it was like this, that the sound was really supposed to be like a part of an iceberg breaking off, but some people think it's some extremely large creature that's, you know what I'm saying, that's in those waters to be heard with, you know what I'm saying, with all of that, you know, so with all of that sound and all of that, you know what I'm saying, things going on, they'll be able to be heard overall. It's just like it's got to be something extremely big to be able to be heard that, you know what I'm saying, that audibly. Have you heard anything about that, Ron?
I did read about that like a little while ago, like years ago, and it's just like
you never heard. Yeah. Have you ever heard it?
Iceberg? No, I've never heard it.
Oh my god!
I didn't realize it was actually the audio of it.
Yeah, there is. Oh my god! Have you heard anything about this?
Now that you've described it, I'm like, yeah, something about this sounds familiar. I'm looking it up right now because this sounds really ominous.
Because it was only ever recorded that one time, I believe. It was just that one time. And like if it's the iceberg thing, I'm like, yeah, I kind of feel like it probably would have popped up again.
Let me see, because I got something now. Let's see. We got a couple of different ways to check this here. So let's see if I got it. Are we good? Are we good? Just okay at this stage. All right. So should I small this up a little bit? Should I change the arrangement, since we're not really going to see anything. We're just more going to hear it, of course. So let's see if there's anything that might be better. A little better?
Yeah, that works.
Whatever. Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure that, you know, we don't get
If you're ever in the ocean, you hear a super deep roar, you probably shouldn't swim in that direction, because it might be the bloop. The bloop is a name given to the sound of an ultra-low frequency that was recorded in the South Pacific Ocean off the coast of South America. It sounded like this. Early speculations was that the sound was from a very large, undiscovered marine mammal due to its deepness. But in 2012, although they didn't know for sure, scientists decided it was more likely a giant iceberg that was cracking and breaking away from Antarctica. However, guys, this is a map of all the unmapped areas of the ocean floor around the world. Literally 80% has not been seen. Who are we to say the bloop isn't out there terrorizing the ocean and eating whales or boats? Tell me what you guys think. I'm on Team Bloop. If you're ever in the ocean, you hear a super deep roar, you probably shouldn't swim in that direction,
here, so let me,
because it might be the bloop.
Let's see if we can get a better one here. Let's see. Come on.
I found the video.
Okay, so you're gonna pull it up?
Yeah, I can't pull it up in StreamYard. I'll just post it in the Telegram, and then you can find it there.
Yeah, based on the sound in that first video, though, when he actually finally got to it, I think I have heard that before.
Let me just
the bloop mystery. If you are swimming in the ocean and you hear this sound, you should immediately leave. In 1997, scientists recorded this sound. It was recorded in the South Pacific Ocean and lasted for 30 seconds. It was said to be an ice glacier. but this was never confirmed with strong evidence, so it still remains a mystery. Also, in 2023, the underwater microphone of the Indian Ocean recorded this sound. Early speculations were that the sound was from a very large, undiscovered marine mammal or volcano activity due to its deepness. It was proven false. Many people believe that this was a giant sea creature in pain. Considering how deep and unexplored the ocean is, who knows what is hiding down there yet to be discovered? The bloop mystery. If you are...
What's the point in putting subtitles on a video like that when that's usually for people who don't have their sound on, when it's all about the sound?
I don't know if they do that. Well, I think sometimes they do it automatically because I don't know, because it's not on every single thing that's being shown, but or maybe because I don't know if I set it up myself and it does that, but
no, that's definitely like someone edited that in. Which I'm not a fan of that whole thing, because usually it's for, like, I see it like a lot on comedy stuff, and like, you're not really getting anything from seeing the text of something. It's all about the delivery.
Absolutely.
Or in this case, the sound.
Time to help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Oh, my bad, guys.
Forgot my wallet.
So what do you guys think about that?
That is nightmare-inducing.
Yeah, I think if I was out at sea and I was hearing that, I'd do anything I could to get the fuck away from it.
Ow.
Yeah, again, like, if that was an iceberg, wouldn't something have been, like, wouldn't it have come up again since?
Or like some kind of confirmation that an iceberg breaking definitely did sound like that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying on that. Then
Okay. 2 words. Cover up.
Goddamn right.
Oh my god. See, I'm trying to tell you, one person, I forget where I first started hearing that like Hollywood a lot of times would make movies that would make you feel like, because you see it in a movie, that it would be completely unbelievable that it would actually happen in real life. You know?
Yeah, then if someone comes out with it, it's like, oh, you just saw insert movie.
Or you just would never believe if something was actually being perpetrated like that, you would never believe it was actually happening. Because it's like, it would just seem like you would just blow it off with some sort of movie delusion bullshit. But like I said before, to me was so funny. I will always find it funny, and not funny ha, but funny like weird as fuck. Like how like the opening scene of Independence Day seems a lot like a passage in the Bible where Moses was walking through the desert leading these children or whatever. And then there was a cloud following behind him, you know what I'm saying, and fire was in the cloud. That's exactly like the opening scene in fucking Independence Day. Those fucking spaceships appear as like clouds with fire in them before they fucking shed the clouds away and reveal their fucking ships. I just found that rather eerie. I just, you know what I'm saying? Kind of makes me wonder, like, all the way back to Egyptian times. That was, by the way, folks. And I'm just saying, The one thing that I haven't really asked too many people on is like, you read a Bible that says that in the beginning God created this, and so it's amazing how it would take so long and so many civilizations before the suicide mission happened. You kind of feel what I'm saying?
Thousands of years, yeah.
Before Christ. Like they planned a long time for that suicide mission. A long time. Like Egypt was like a fucking like all powerful. Damn, I mean, it was crazy out there. I mean, so it was like, and you had the Roman. I mean, you had a lot of eras before Christ that came along. I mean, Asia itself, Chinese, you know what I'm saying, Chinese culture. I mean, it's just so long before Christ. You know, I mean, and it's just like it's kind of weird that the suicide mission came out around that point, like so far after that point. And it was just like
almost like, do you think maybe do you think God was just bored one day? He's like, you know what? I'm gonna throw my seed down on the earth. See what happens.
I think God called, you know, Supreme Prime something from some other planet. Probably did that. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like again, you look at oh my God, you look at Stargate, right? And you see what they did with Stargate. Like, I feel like Stargate was one of those movies where they did that to you so that you would never believe that was real. You know what I mean? Like, especially when they show certain shit where that kid transformed and then he, you know what I'm saying? And then he had the whole face of the, you know what I'm saying? He had the whole eagle thing going on and shit like that at that moment. Like, they don't want you to believe that type of shit. But it's like, what the fuck were they drawing on them damn walls, man? Something came down and was looking like that made them believe that something looked like that. Like they did, I mean, you think they just made that up because we wanted to create these fantastic, you know, fantastic creatures in our mind and put them on a wall like they were to be worshipped? Because what if they saw that and it was like aliens doing that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, like, what if that's the possibility? Am I being too Alex Jones here?
No, because it's like you know, it's one thing to draw like people on a wall. You're like, okay, but then
they definitely did that too. The
like,
pharaohs and everything, like they definitely did that.
Yeah, but then there's dog people and fucking all these other different things, and it's
evil
like,
people, yeah, and you know, yeah, it's all that.
Okay, maybe it's just artistic, you know, into the artistic expression, maybe, but you know, if they're willing to carve it onto a wall as something they're gonna see, well, as far as they know, see forever, and their children are gonna see their children's children, and so on and so on. Maybe there's something to that.
And they really seem to revere cats as, you know what I'm saying? They really seem to revere and sort of fear cats and things like that. And, you know, I mean, now
Egyptians loved pussy.
But also, if you look at a typical cat's face, how close to graves do they look like?
Okay, yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, you know, I'm just saying, I'm just saying. When they pass,
one of my best friends had a cat who looked like Paul Sorvino. Not even kidding. I did a side by side once. It's like, goddamn.
I mean, but that's Grumpy Cat. That could be Grumpy Cat though. You know,
I don't know if he's grumpy. He was just sort of
Paul Sorvino. Paul Sorvino has a, he has a grumpy mob boss face. You know what I'm saying? He has a grumpy mob boss face. He's in a guy like Joe Pesci. could be a so see, he's a wild mob guy, so he has room for hilarity and sense of humor in other movies. This is why he works so well.
There's a range there, yeah.
But yeah, Paul Sorvino has a grumpy mob boss face. He really does.
Yeah, true.
See now Robert De Niro. On the other see, Robert De Niro does have grumpy mob boss face, but he's able to use his grumpy mob boss face to be funny. Paul Sorvino tried it in Money Talks. I will give him credit. He did try it in Money Talks.
I don't remember it working so well.
Yeah, because he was still mob boss face. He was always gonna be. He was always gonna be mob. The Mooly, and he was still gonna be mob boss faces. It's just grumpy mob. It's him. It's just what it is. It's what it is. Vic Damone. The only way he can like him because he was Vic Damone's son.
Like, not taking anything away from the guy. He's a great actor.
Yeah, he is.
Was?
No, he is. He is.
He's still alive, right?
I think so.
Wait, who was it again?
Paul
Sorvino.
Paul Sorvino.
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 I feel like he might have died. I hope not. But yeah, not taking anything away from the guy. He's great.
Yeah,
but comedy, yeah.
Oh, I know this guy.
Yeah, Grumpy Cat.
Yeah, he's dead.
He did. Damn it! I was thinking so, but I was hoping it wasn't true.
Yeah, he died back in 2022, July 25th.
Yeah,
he was 83 years old.
That's a good run.
They make more. They make more of a deal of that. I just can't believe it. They make, because usually I can stumble onto somebody who will make a bit of a deal about somebody, like that, passing on. So because sports is sports. So you.
Wait a minute. Wasn't he the mob boss in that that movie with Michael Clark Duncan and that dog? Crap, what was the name of it? I was thinking about that movie just the other day. Michael Clark Duncan played a cop that was a part of a canine unit, and the dog was like the star of the movie, and Paul Sorvino played a mob boss, and the dog bit off the Paul Sorvino's character's balls and had to have them replaced with like prosthetic balls.
What the hell?
This sounds familiar, and I not tell you the title.
And at the end of the movie, the mob boss is walking through the pathway of the prison, and the balls are like clinking together, making a sound effect. And one of the other prisoners is saying like, "Hey, who's the musician?" And then he turns around and says with a high-pitched voice something really threatening, and everybody just laughs at him or something.
Needs more cowbell.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of the movie. What was the name of that?
We need to figure this out because, god damn it.
God damn it.
The more you say, I'm just like, I fucking remember this. What is it?
All right, fuck. I'm looking it up right now because I know Michael Clark Duncan was in it. I know Paul Sorvino was in it. Fuck. Michael.
Both R.I.P. God damn.
Also,
Donald Sutherland. That's a damn shame. But again, good run. I think he was 84 or was he 88? In his 80s anyway. So a good run.
What do you feel? Do you feel there was a common thread? There was a common thread, like character connection when it came to Donald Sutherland. I sometimes think about the movies that I've seen him in, and I don't always know if I can. The main thing about him is that power. Power.
I guess if you're gonna, if I was gonna go with one theme, probably power. Yeah,
and influence.
Not everything, but a lot of the stuff I've seen him in.
Yeah, it's about a lot of power, and it's about power and influence with him. You know what I'm saying? It's that's like one of the main things that I seem to know. But real quick, I don't know how familiar you got. Are you guys pretty familiar? I mean, you know
I
of
found it.
the.
I found the movie. The movie is called See Spot Run.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
It also
God.
had David Arquette in the movie.
Oh my God.
It had Anthony Anderson in it.
Oh my, Paul Sorvino. Yeah, that was that sounded like the downslide of his career.
Yeah, that would have been what, late 90s, early 2000s at the latest?
Yeah, 2001.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like because God, he's in the movie Anthony Anderson and fucking David Arquette. Ooh, wee. That's not Paul Sorvino. They wouldn't have got in the movie with Paul Sorvino a few years before that.
Like, I remember loving that movie. I would have been 10, but I remember loving that movie when I saw it.
But real quick, guys, speaking of deaths and things like that, one that's kind of monumental. I know you guys know of the NBA. You're not really all that plugged into it, I guess, and everything.
No.
But you are aware of the NBA logo.
More or less. Yeah, why?
The guy who was the NBA logo recently died. Jerry West.
Maybe I'm not familiar. I didn't realize it was a guy who was the logo.
Yeah, there was a guy who played for the Lakers way back in the day, and like he was on such a level that they actually made him the logo of the league. So that the guy you see with the ball is kind of like with the NBA logo. That's him.
Huh. That's a huge honor. Yeah.
Yeah, to me, I don't know. Like I said, for me as an athlete, like to be a basketball player and to shake hands with a guy who was like the symbol of the league, that would be kind of big time to me. I'm like, that would be kind of like, that's crazy. Like I'm talking to the logo. You know what I'm saying? Like that's I mean, I would hate to say it like that, but it was like, damn, I'm actually talking to the logo. This is crazy, Yeah,
it's like meeting the Ronald McDonald.
And watching him eat a Big Mac off the grass.
Yeah. Exactly. So if what I've heard is true, Grimace was an upside down thick shake or milkshake or whatever the fuck. But apparently.
But again, a call. So those of you who don't know, that's a call. That's a call back to Just Go With It, a great Adam Sandler movie that I fucking loved.
I think I ever saw that one.
Oh my God, you never saw Just Go With It? I mean, that's
I
like
don't think so.
That was like the initial spark that, what I'm saying, that was like this whole partnership. It was like this whole comedic romantic partnership with like Jennifer Aniston at first,
Oh, so it's a more recent one then.
No, that one was it was a few years back, I would definitely say.
When I say recent, I mean it wasn't like one of his 90s movies.
I don't think so. But yeah, 2011. It's 2011.
Okay.
But yeah, that's kind of like start with it, where everybody kind of loved Jennifer Aniston, where she kind of realized that she was better as more of a, rom-com actress, what I'm saying, a little bit, than like trying to be like a serious, dramatic actress and things like that.
Would have been like that was probably what, 2 or so years after We're the Millers with Sudeikis.
I think that was, I would venture to say that was before, but yep, 2013. It was, yeah, that was, like I said, that was the spark. That was like the resurgence of Jennifer Aniston from Just Go With It, because it felt like she could be really funny and like, wow, she's really looking good. And it was just this whole thing. And it was like, yeah. So once they seen her and, on the vacation and she got in that 2-piece and everybody was like, of course we had to do We're the Millers and do a whole, stripper scene with that, everything like that. So
God damn, was that good. God damn.
Yeah, see, that's what they were rolling the dice on. They were rolling the dice on people loving, wanting to see more of of that situation, because they were like, that was just a little bit of a throw out there to see how people would look at that. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, see Jennifer Aniston kind of come out with that 2-piece, and it was like, whoa, what the hell? Like, even like they pretty much gave what they felt like the people watching the movie were going to give Adam Sandler and my boy. Why am I forgetting his fucking name right now? But to see their reaction, that's what they wanted from everybody, especially the guys watching that goddamn movie. Like, holy shit, Jennifer Aniston! Like, oh, whoa, Brad Pitt, what you doing? You know what I'm saying? What were you doing, pal? Jesus Christ. I mean, I kind of understand Angelina Jolie, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, goddamn, bro. Like, she didn't want the kids, man. She didn't want the kids at that point, you know?
That's a tough choice, that one.
But yeah, that was, so yeah, that was definitely the spark on that one. And I think a couple of other things happened, and then she started doing like the murder mystery, joints with him on Netflix and everything like that. I don't know if you ever heard of those.
There was 2 of those, I think, right?
I think so. At least 2. At least 2.
Yeah. I feel like there was one movie that had a sequel and then maybe a different movie altogether with the same 2, maybe.
I know the murder mystery one had a sequel. Let me just check out something here.
Right. I'll be back in a second.
Oh yeah, no problem. That's why I looked this up. Let me just check her resurgence. Let me see here, because I'll know where the resurgence happened. Let's see. Well, like now she is now the one thing that she was able to do some more dramatic TV a little bit was, the morning show. So she is gaining some shit on that one for sure. So, I'm not gonna, but I think that let me see, because I'm trying to see where the change happened, because I know she tried something and it didn't really work out the way she wanted it to, I don't think. And I think that's where she really kind of resurged back with, the more romantic comedies and everything like that. So like I said, there's We're the Millers, of course, Just Go With It. And then it was like Horrible Bosses. That was another one that she, that was definitely one. I think she might have got up there on Cougar Town a little bit. Let's see. Bounty Hunter. Yeah, it was just more of a resurgence on. Yeah, definitely a resurgence on that whole, aspect there. So, yeah. Where she was definitely the hot, like second act type female there. So definitely okay. All right. Well,
okay.
I think right now, and we've gushed enough on Godzilla Minus One. I just love the whole idea of it, and I think it'll be great for Damian to come back in on us talking on Black Sails, which I will say, Black Sails, I'm going to venture to say, is the Pirates of the Caribbean in stream form. I think Jack Rackham is Jack Sparrow, and I think Anne Bonny is fucking Keira Knightley's character in Pirates of the Caribbean for sure.
Really?
I do.
You think Anne Bonny is Elizabeth Swann?
I do.
No.
I'll give you the first one.
I'm going to have to heavily disagree with that. There is no way in hell that Anne Bonny is this show's equivalent of Elizabeth Swann. I would say Eleanor Guthrie is closer to Elizabeth Swann than Anne Bonny is.
Really?
Yeah,
I could see the way Keira Knightley fought in those movies. Are you serious?
Seriously? She didn't Elizabeth Swann didn't become a badass until the later movies.
But what was she doing in those movies? Because I mean, because I know my memory's a little is a little foggy, it's a little pieced. So what was she doing in the earlier movies then?
She was basically being a damsel in distress.
Like, not so ooh about it, but yeah.
Yeah, she was basically a damsel in like the first movie.
Wow, so maybe I called her.
She slowly grew into a badass, but by the end of the third movie, because let's face it, there are only 3 movies in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. There's only 3. Yeah. But in the third movie, she's a badass. In the third movie, she's a badass. But in the first movie, she's a damsel.
But just kind of jumping ahead a little bit in Black Sails, there's even a moment to where even Anne had to admit, you know what I'm saying, that Jack took her in, taught her things, you know what I'm saying, and things like that. And that, you know, so, you know what I'm saying, when she had nothing and things like that. So maybe there was a point where she was a little bit in distress and became a badass.
I still don't say that Anne is closer to Elizabeth Swann. I don't see it. I really don't.
I will give you this. They're both equally unwilling to show Bobs and Vagine.
Yep. Yeah. Not once throughout the entire fucking show do you see Anne completely nude.
Like all the other main actresses within like the first 3 to 4 episodes.
Very much so.
They give it to us. You don't have to worry about it anymore. You've seen it. You don't have to be like, what's under there? You've got it.
And with the one girl, you see it quite a bit. She's going to keep giving it to you.
She's like, at any given moment, just whip out a titty or whatever.
Jesus. And that Blackbeard shit, by the way, was the funniest shit ever, I got to say.
Yeah.
It was good.
Oh, my God. That was so fucking funny. I'd have been like, holy shit. I'm like, I'd have been like, hold on, look. I had to stop. If I was in there with, I'd have stopped him. I'd be like, hold on now. It's a great respect. Now, that is black. And, you know, looking at the state of things, that is quite a beard. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think they're lying. I don't think they're lying. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, And honestly, I think I might be a little bit more intimidated by this Blackbeard than the Blackbeard we were expecting to see. You know, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but of course, from your guys' perspective, you haven't met Blackbeard yet.
No, and I can't wait. Like, I was going to, because I watched season 2 all in one sitting. I wanted to start season 3, but was like, just in case I confuse myself, I'll hold off.
Yeah, because Black, and the funny thing is that they don't actually call him Blackbeard in the show. They don't.
What do they call him?
They call him by his real name, which is Edward Teach.
Teach, yeah. Okay.
They call him Edward Teach. But yeah, the actor that's playing him, fucking awesome. He is awesome as Edward Teach. The guy they picked to play him is Ray Stevenson.
Oh crap!
What?
Another R.I.P. I swear like it's been 50% dead actors this week.
Yeah.
I can, look.
Great dead actors.
I know. I'm getting the vibe on him. Is what I'm saying. It's like, look, I liked him. I really liked the role he played in The Other Guys. I really did. I really liked it. It was funny taking her shoes. That was fucking funny.
Wait. Ray Stevenson was in The Other Guys?
Yeah.
Who did he play in The Other Guys?
He was this sort of like secret, like part of the secret unit that kept fucking with, you know what I'm saying? They kept fucking with him and kept fucking with Mark Wahlberg and Will Ferrell. Like they took their shoes and like they put their little Prius, they put the Prius on like a fucking like haul truck or something like that and take the fucking shit. It's like it's funny, yeah.
I cannot think of a single thing I've seen Ray Stevenson in where he hasn't been great.
I'm going to go ahead and say that he was in that Star Wars show, Ahsoka.
Yeah, which the show wasn't great, but surely he was.
He was okay in the show, but
Only okay.
I would say in the show he was underutilized. They did not use him properly in that show.
That's a
And
shame because he was pretty much the only thing that made me even want to watch that show.
he wasn't even the thing that made me want to watch the show. What made me want to watch that show is them utilizing the character Grand Admiral Thrawn, and they fucked that up. Oh my
So
god!
they fucked Thrawn and they fucked Ray Stevenson too in his last
Pretty much.
goddamn role.
Think of that episode of South Park where George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, they did something.
Jacking off on all the movies.
No. George Lucas and Steven Spielberg on South Park.
It involved the pinball machine.
They involved the pinball machine and Indiana Jones.
Yeah, and a stormtrooper, and I think that was it. But yeah.
So in this darker, more sinister Pirates of the Caribbean type thing here,
Yeah.
like, who are we rooting for as it stands right now?
I mean, as much as he's a murky character, I gotta say Flint.
Really? Okay. I mean, I can understand that though. Okay. Anybody? Okay. How about you, Run?
What was the question again?
Who is it? Anyone? Because right now we're dealing with a sort of like a pirate's version of Grand Theft Auto, in my opinion.
Really?
You know what I'm saying? Like, no one's really good here. You know what I'm saying? No one's really good here. I mean, and people who try to be good have to sometimes do dirty things in order to get along in this place, because it's a lot of people who's willing to be all the way dirty and not really give a shit. So it's just like there's slavery still going on and things like this. So there's a lot of there's a lot of crookeds in this situation. So, like, who are you rooting for at this point?
Since I know where things are going to go, because I'm done with the show. I'm all the way up to the end of season 4. So I'm just going to, without spoiling anything, I'm just going to go ahead and do a twofer, and I am going to root for Silver and Flint. I'm going to root for Silver and Flint.
Wow. So you're kind of telling me there's no future for Vane. I figured that, and I yeah.
But I will say this right now. Dufresne, you know who Dufresne is, right?
Yeah, I do.
Fuck Dufresne and his stupid face.
Yeah, Dufresne, he's going to get what's coming to him.
Good. Because fuck, that guy's so hard. He's the worst.
Yeah, Dufresne is a fucking asshole, and he becomes an asshole.
But what do we think about Charles Vane, though?
Oh, Charles Vane, my opinion of him, I mean, I love the actor that plays him. Like, Zach McGowan is one of my favorite actors. I love him in pretty much everything he does. But anything that I've seen him do. But because I never saw him in Shameless. But I did like him in the 100. He did a very good job with his character in the 100. But let's see. But as for Charles Vane, I'm a bit of a mixed bag with him. Sometimes I like him, sometimes I don't.
Yeah, I agree to that.
Yeah.
I think that he came up. I think that was clearly shown in that situation that I can kind of relate to, because there could be a lot of guys like that in a way, like especially where I came up, and I would sometimes even think that there's some guys like that, you know what I'm saying, out in your neck of the woods, you know what I'm saying, Damian, just those guys that like, you know what I'm saying, that connect in with, you know what I'm saying, with young kids trying to prove that they can be tough. You know what I'm saying? And he really puts them through the fucking paces. You know what I'm saying? And shit like that. And they come up tougher and able, you know what I'm saying, and able to survive and do shit, but they come out a little bit more jaded and a little bit more, darker, you know what I'm saying, in a way. And it's just like, so that's always going to be a thing that's a part of him. And then and again, the environment that they're in, a lot of people are, are corrupted in different ways and will stab people in the back in in various ways and means. So, but I mean, I think he still is someone that tries to live by a code, but I think it's definitely a colder code, a colder code to the situation.
Yeah, it's cold, a little bit twisted, but it's still, there's definitely still, something he lives by, basic sort of principles that he won't give up.
And I just feel like with Flint, the British overall, whenever they're involved in other countries and other places, they always worry me the most. They're always going to worry me the most. I can't help it. Like I'm always going to have a side eye at them and their motives whenever they're around, because it's just, and they're starting to give more weight to the fact that the Spanish and the British were more like, I guess you could say, frenemies. I guess you could say, or the British and the British and the old Latin community were sort of like frenemies in a way.
Very like-minded people. Had similar goals,
similar puffy shirts and pretentious outlooks, and what I'm saying, and things like that.
Anytime I see stuff with the people wearing the fucking wigs, I'm like, I know it was like the thing at the time, but how do you not feel like a fucking idiot?
Because it puts this thing I just don't know, man. People put so much into certain. That's why it's so wild to me how certain people can look and say, how could somebody do this or act like this or act like this is so much and it's so meaningful to them? Because this is what it always was. This is what it always was. One doofball in the city with a bicycle or tricycle with a big ass wheel was being seen as like the fucking like that. He's the shit.
It's like, see that fucking guy? Like, god damn, that's the coolest guy ever.
It's just what
the wheel was so big.
Oh my god.
Like, yeah, his bike has the first name of a girl, but it doesn't matter. The wheel was big. It's so cool.
I should have took a pull during that. I was not ready. I was not ready. Oh my god. I was still not getting over that. I was still just getting over that. I was not ready. But I would still say that it was just a way of being able to, I don't know, for people who really didn't have that long hair, that thing that made them feel like they were just so regal and so perfect and things like that. Look at this long flowing, and it's like wigs have persisted through all that time.
And still do. Like, yes. in this country and England, at the very least, in certain cases in court, at the very least, the judge wears a wig like that. I think it's more like your higher level sort of stuff, but I'm not sure. But it's still a thing. And every time I see it, it's like, you look so fucking dumb. Sir, do you know what year it is?
That's the, I don't know, man. Some people just don't want you to know what year it is when it comes to these old world, outdated, just just obsolete viewpoints. They don't want you to think it's, that the world has to evolve in that way, so I don't know, man. It's weird, but yeah, I would definitely say that they're definitely, a lot of these shows are definitely showing more that, whether it be Britain and Portugal, Britain and Spain, it's like they're just kind of like competing little frenemies. You know what I'm saying? Like they want to be the prevailing superpower and conquer things, and they're always just bumping heads and shit like that. You know, and it's just like, oh my god. And then you get
because,
this.
yeah, like they want the same shit. Like they all want to take the same things, but they don't want an all-out war with each other. Like, well, they have, but ideally they don't.
And in both instances that we've seen with Shogun and with Black Sails, like this beautiful simple place gets caught in the middle of all this ego and power and it was in power grab and colonization and bullshit and everything like that. So it's just, it's weird. And well, you know what? I'll be willing to risk a spoiler, but do we really? Are we really going to be dealing with any more actual Caribbean characters here? And any of the seasons, the third and fourth season?
Oh, what do you mean by Caribbean characters?
Like Max.
Like Max? Not really. I mean, there is a character. There is a couple of characters that will be introduced, I think, in season 3. But they are not technically Caribbean. I don't want to go deep into it because it is technically spoilers. But it is characters known as the Maroon Queen, and then her daughter known as Mahdi. And Flint and the crew of the Walrus are going to be interacting with the Maroon Queen and her daughter Mahdi quite extensively. And what the Maroon Queen and her daughter and the people on this island where they live are basically an entire community of escaped slaves. Okay. And they live in isolation. They keep to themselves. And this woman has a connection to somebody who is currently living on Nassau. Now, I'm not going to say who it is because it's supposed to be a very big reveal. And that is a definite spoiler, and I think you need to find out who that person is on your own.
Now, unrelated but kind of, this is for Charles, do you remember, did we go to Nassau in Black Flag? Surely, right?
In Black Flag? I believe so, yes.
I was thinking so, but I couldn't, it's been so long, I couldn't remember exactly.
Yeah, I think it was one of the main islands that you could visit.
Yeah, I thought so.
And one of the other islands that you could visit was Havana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'm just like, I just really wanted to see just a little bit more of
a Barbados Slim type.
Just more, because I feel like there's some more. There should be some more Caribbean pirates out there. That I mean,
even just folk in general, like.
But no,
there's barely any Caribbean people about.
Of the Caribbean, like people themselves, I think Max is the only one that we really interact with.
Because I just don't. I mean, that's one knock that I had on it is just the fact that the main like black people you see were like slaves or in some sort of servitude, in that way and things like that. Even up to Mr. Scott, if I remember his name right.
Yeah, it's Mr. Scott. Yeah.
And it's like, so it's like, even up to him at one point, he was that, and at one point was being seen as sort of being punished, and I mean, oh my God, like, that's the part right there. Like, we're in the Caribbean, like, how are we see, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Like, like everyone is kind of like existing and moving, then knowing that this is still what's happening right now. That's where I say it's kind of like how can anybody say their hands are clean? No one can really say their hands are clean. Really, when things like this are absolutely existing.
Yeah.
And you're taking advantage, and a lot of people will bargain and do something to try to take advantage of that in their own way. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, you may treat them better, but they're still technically, are they technically free? Are they free to go if they wanted to go at some point down the line? You know what I'm saying? Or is it still a deal, or still workable, or there was still a workable expectation that you were looking for when you what's the word I should be looking for? I guess we're not supposed to say purchased. I guess we're not supposed to say that.
I would say the one, like, for sure, I would say Mr. Scott, at least under Eleanor. I don't know about under her father, but under Eleanor,
Definitely with her father, it was like that. But no,
yeah.
now,
But
now,
under Eleanor, I would say he could just go. Well, could and does go and do whatever he wants. I know that was after a, bit of a kerfuffle between them, but I would say even beforehand, if he had said to her, like, I want to go off and do this, she would have been like, yeah, cool.
okay. I mean, I'm definitely not disputing that. I wouldn't.
Like,
I
she
wouldn't
might not have been happy about it, but she wouldn't have. I don't think she would have been like, no, you're mine. I own you.
Okay, I can. I
Whereas
get
her father, I don't think he would have had that kind of freedom.
But that's why he was down there with the rest of those slaves. You know what I'm saying? By the father's request.
Yeah, exactly.
That he be punished for his insolence. You know what I'm saying? So and not knowing his place. So yeah, that was definitely his father. It was her father's doing. And I'm just saying, like even with those slaves that did escape from that ship, and she was willing to sort of like do make whatever exchange that she was doing to sort of have them like work for her. Like, is it just them working for her, having a job, or is it more like being her sort of, for lack of a better term, indentured servants?
Yeah, it's sort of hard to say. Like, again, I don't think, like, I think if any of them would, like, come to her and say, I want to go off and, yeah, do whatever, I don't think she would stop them, but it definitely seemed more that way than it did with Mrs. Scott.
Okay.
But again, like, just knowing her character, I would say, yeah, if they decided to go do whatever, I don't think she would have had an issue.
So let's just cut to the absolute chase, because you seem to root for Flint, but so you don't believe Run, or do you? I mean, this is for both of you guys also. But I mean, I'm interested. I'm interested in your point of view, Damian, because you're in the same point of view that I'm in, and just 2 seasons here with dealing with Flint and what we know about Flint, and then of course, everything there is as far as it goes. And I want to know, do you root? I mean, you root for him now, even though it seems like. Do you feel like this is all about a revenge mission and everything? I mean, yeah, the gold, we're not going to act like the gold is not a factor now. But was this mainly about a revenge mission for him and the widow, you know what I'm saying? And the widow, and it didn't matter who he had to sacrifice to get it, you know what I'm saying, to get this revenge done, and now the gold is a little bit more of a motivation for him, you know what I'm saying, outside of that, especially in light of what, what ends up happening, and do you not believe that Is that why you root for him? You know what I'm saying? Run because you don't believe that that's what it is. Well, and so either one of you can start if you want to start, you know. But
I think that's part of why I do like Flint is that he is, to a point, somewhat of an enigma. You understand his motivations, but I don't think you completely do either.
No, I don't. Yeah, that's me. I don't completely understand his motivations. And when everybody keeps bringing up certain things that make it seem like he's on a revenge mission, it's hard to ignore that they have a point. You know, if you keep on promising people that the prize, when they, you know, the prize or the booties, as I'm telling you, run. I called it, and I'm telling you, no, they didn't have enough booty. I don't know why they didn't call it booty. Why they keep calling it the prize instead of calling it booty? But whatever, you know. But
and yeah, him losing his hairy booty is part of why this whole thing is happening.
Okay. What? Hold on. Wait. What do you mean? What happened? What happened just in the more recent season, or what? What are you saying? Way before this, or what?
I'm sort of referring to what my subheading is: pirate, not of butts.
Oh boy, are you talking about the relationship between Flint, or should I say McGraw, and Hamilton?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
But piracy. Yes.
No. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. There is, like, yeah. Yeah.
Have you not been watching the same show?
Yeah,
I have, but
no. Flint is not like Flint did not have an affair with Barlow. He had an affair.
He did both.
No, he did both, but his true love was actually her husband, Hamilton.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was in
love. What episode was that?
I don't remember the episode, but
like the entire second half of season 2, pretty much.
Yep, pretty much.
Last third.
Hold up, I saw them kissing and getting into it. Him and the widow.
But you also saw him make out with Hamilton too.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yep.
I missed
McGraw and Hamilton were in love with each other.
And she's just like sitting there at the table, like, yeah, this is great. Everything's cool.
Oh yeah, this is normal. And I had an interesting theory about that. I think Hamilton was gay this whole time, and the only reason why Hamilton was married to his wife was because they needed to be married to keep up appearances to protect him.
Yeah. I was thinking that because Flint, because Flint is, I would say Flint is bi.
Yes,
probably. For sure. Because
probably.
Because you definitely there's definitely that sequence where like him and Barlow are in the carriage.
Yep.
And they don't show them fucking, but they show everything up to.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fairly certain.
We see them bang in the first season. So
yeah, I'm fairly certain that Flint is definitely bi.
I think after a while, I started to fast forward through the damn sex scenes because it was just like, geez, man. Okay. And I just can't help but see like almost everything, even the way Jack. But we're still going too far. But I'm not gonna go too far just yet. I still want to stay in this fucking season here. How do you feel about what happened with the crew and Jack?
Oh, like when Jack and Bonnie conspired to kill their crew over what was going on with Max. Yeah. I understand why they did it, but I still think it was a very dumb move because like the situation that Max found herself in was entirely her own doing. It was her fault that she was in that situation. And even Max understood that it was her fault that she was in that situation, because when Eleanor tried to pull her out of that situation and protect her, and when she stopped the grape scene that was happening to Max in front of everybody, when Eleanor stopped it, Max, like she said, you can't protect me. And Max pretty much just went right back into the arms of Charles Vane.
She almost literally said, "Take me and do what you will." Like I can't remember exactly what she said, but that was basically it.
Yeah, that was basically what she said. So even though I understand that why Bonnie and Jack did what they did, I still think it was incredibly stupid what they did.
But why does Jack bear that load?
I think necessary.
Yeah. Why does Jack bear that load?
I guess he doesn't really, though. It's sort of like
he doesn't. He's known as the crew killer. He's known as the crew killer.
But she really gets the brunt of it, though. People are still willing to work with him.
What do you mean?
When he gets his new crew, people are just like, all right, we'll go with this guy. But her, no. Get rid of that bitch.
Yeah.
Not, we don't trust her. We don't like her. We're not dealing with that.
That's the feeling that you got when he first was trying to assemble the crew?
Yeah.
No, not at first. Like, it took...
what I got from that when he was trying to assemble the I can't fucking talk right now. When he was trying to assemble the crew, he was given a choice. He was given a choice to either side with Max or side with Anne, and he chose.
I think Stone means like at first, like before that, like when it was just him going about by himself, and he was just getting laughed away by like people.
Yeah.
Right? Am I right about that?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Like,
I think, to me, I took, like, I mean, I guess there's a bit of the reputation, but to me, I took it more as just like, he doesn't present himself like a captain, you know?
No,
when he's just like, okay, here's my presentation, and the captain is me. And they're just like, oh, really? Get the fuck out of here.
But see, no, I think it's the thing of like she's his pet, she's his robot or whatever. Like she's his like she's his weapon. Like she doesn't, like she kills because he wants people dead. Like that's how I think that's how people view it.
So basically he's the one giving the orders and she's the blunt instrument.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Like he like basically she only does it because he wants it done. It's not anything that she wants, that, you know what I'm saying, that he's basically like calling, because that's their chauvinism, maybe. That's how they feel, like how slick or how manipulative or how, you know what I'm saying, or how much of a leader he can be or whatever. I don't know what angle they may be coming from, but they just feel like she does it because he wills it. You know, so
I guess, but I guess when it comes to the murder of the crew, she's already got her own, as we see, her own kind of reason for wanting them dead for what they've done to Max, because she has these. And see, and that's
the thing that we as the audience know, and that Jack knows, and that she knows, but everybody else that, you know what I'm saying, that they have out there and their perception on the show feels like it's Jack's will and it's her blade. You know, so it's like it's Jack's brain and her blade. And that's how the duo goes. You know. And that's why the kind of fast forward a little bit, Charles Vane even said, like, the two of them together that will either be the death of each other or they'll all end up working for them, you know, because he's the brain and she's the blade, you know. It's like as long as those two are together, that, you know what I'm saying, they're almost unstoppable, I guess, you know. And that's how some people feel like, you know, that she has a dangerous way about her blades that people haven't figured out yet. So, and this is like,
once we're done with the show, I'm definitely gonna have to look up because I know some stuff about a couple people that have been on the show so far, but I'm gonna have to look up more into who's an actual person and not stuff like that. Sort of like Shogun, I'm gonna stay away until finished, just so I don't accidentally spoil stuff, maybe.
Well, I mean, I looked into the various like the TV show the TV show versions and the real life versions, and I won't say specifically what happens to the real life counterparts, but I will say that it doesn't play out the same way.
Okay.
Yeah.
One thing I did find out that I didn't realize, because I was looking up how much was practical effects versus CG, and I found out that this is actually a prequel to Treasure Island, which I had no idea.
Yes, it is.
I remember reading that book as a kid and loving it.
Yep.
And I would say that, like, the truth of the matter is that, like, this is probably going to be more like the the swashbuckling, great sword fights. Everybody's just great and they have good skills. It's not quite that way, and I think it also shows in the hierarchy of being part of these crews and things like that. It's usually the captains that have the most skill out of everyone there. More times than not. And everything like that. And for whatever reason that may be, who knows, maybe more research needs to be done to kind of look into, why that is. But but it just seems to me that the captains are the one that not only have the more leadership skill and nautical skills, but it's because really not, it is and it isn't. Because you still got these other guys that still are on the ground floor of a lot of the sciences to the, to that stuff out there. So, but it's more about the leadership, the steeliness, having more overall skills than someone else. Not a lot of those guys are going to be willing to pick up a sword and duel it out with somebody, like that. So it's just, it's not a lot of those guys who will. Some guys who will do it, and they're because they're willing to swing a sword, as you seen in the scene with, with Guthrie's security and Ned Lowe. But he's willing to swing a sword, but he's not.
Which also, fun fact about Ned Lowe's actor, he only has one eyeball.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that in the Telegram Stone, but
I did.
So posted about a movie. And it's like, God damn, this guy in real life actually has a fake eye. And then Charles posted a picture and I wanted to throw up.
But then they put one in. But then they put one in that seemed a little bit more like because the one that he showed on the picture wasn't the one that I seen in on the actual show. I don't think.
No, like in the show, I thought it looked fake. I thought for sure like this is just a makeup effect.
But I think it's a different one that he normally has than and it was like, I mean, I don't know, man. He just had more. In the end, he had more skills than that guy, and was able to take him pretty easily. And that's usually the way it goes. There are some people who are just unwilling to pick up a sword and do that type of thing. There's some people who are, and then there's some people who are way more skilled and way more practiced at at what to do with those weapons. And it's like those are the people who other people usually fall behind their leadership because and maybe they can learn something from this person and eventually be more willing to pick up a sword and do whatever. But it's like it's not a lot of those guys. So for a lot of them, they hope that the cannon fire and the long range gunfire will deplete the other, ship's crew enough to where they can jump over there and have very little resistance, if any at all, and they can just swing a sword and basically hack some people up and kind of finish them off. They're really not looking for a swashbuckling, swords clinking fight until to the death. A lot of them really aren't looking for that. So
looking for an easy prey.
Yeah, so I think it was definitely more stylized. in the in the older movies, that made it seem like it was way more of a, you know what I'm saying, of a heralding thing and things like that. And you know, it's quite interesting either way it goes. But I think this more real situation, I mean, I think it definitely is. It falls more in line with a lot of what it was. You know, everything was a real big show. Like even the guy trying to act like he's some sort of wild African savage. It's more about a fucking show. You know what I'm saying? Like everything is in case anybody survives or whatever, it instills fear. And then we would tell a story about, oh my goddamn wild fucking savages and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, fucking crazy samurai, you know what I'm saying, killing people and shit like that or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what the fuck? It's like, yeah, ton of shit. You know, just yeah. So it's just like pretty. You know, so I say it wasn't really disappointing. Because I mean, you had to get to the situations where, like I knew the real more interesting swashbuckling, sword clinking fights were going to be between the guys who would challenge the captain, force captaincy, the captains going against captains, you know, and things like that. That's where you're going to get. That's where you're going to get the real knockdown, drag out, you know, what I'm saying, sword clinking, you know, savagery. You know, so that you're looking for, you know, because you're dealing with higher level guys that have higher level sword skills, and you know, so they're going to go at it, you know. So yeah, that's where I was really expecting to see that level of, you know, Hollywood pirate swashbuckling thing, you know, more than on the takeover levels. The takeover levels are going to be more like, yeah, we're going to do what we need to do. There's always going to be the fear of somebody hunkering down on the lower levels, you know, and the thing like that. We're ready to, you know, ready to sneak attack and basically snake their, you know, snake some of their, you know, their men out, you know, things like that. So yeah, there's always that because it's not as brave because a lot of these people aren't pirates. They're not warrior ship crews. They're merchants. They're guys shipping shit over from here to there. And but it was a long way through, and there's a lot of people that's just too willing to be fucking pirates or whatever, I guess, as long as they got a cannon to shoot at you, you know. So it's like, you know, what can you do? You know, it just that's the way it is. Not a lot of these guys are fighters, and that's the reality of the situation. A lot of these guys aren't fighters.
Yeah, like when you think about it, like, yeah, like a lot of the pirates are really they would be merchants if they didn't have their personal sort of reasons for going against the grain.
Well, the general affront of, you know, England and their ability to, I guess, ship their own goods, you know, and not be. Because I mean, the way like I say, if I'm getting it together correctly, it's more like, okay, some of the guys out there want the freedom to be able to ship their own goods and do what they do, you know. But it's like England and Spain, they're like, no, we control these ports because we're the superpower. So you either deal with us or you don't ship your own shit. And that's where it was like, okay, well, you know what then? Fuck you. You know, what we'll do is we'll get our own ships. We'll sail out in the seas and we'll wait for you to come with all your fucking cargo and we'll just take your shit. You know what I'm saying? And then we'll go to somebody who's willing to buy our shit and our newly acquired shit and basically sell and basically give us money for this. That's what we're fucking
hack my balls off.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna fucking do to you. So that's how piracy started. You don't want to allow us to basically grow what we want to grow or obtain what we want to obtain and ship it the way we want to ship it because you control every goddamn thing. So guess what? We'll just take what you think you control and we'll sell your own ship out from under you. And that's how piracy started. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much. So everybody has their affront to the, you know what I'm saying, to the crown and to Spain, you know, for, you know what I'm saying, for them not being able to do what they want to do, you know what I'm saying, as men of, you know, as men of the sea and things like that. So that there you have it. You know, it's as best as I can put it. So
And then based on a lot of what I've read over the years, like there are a lot of examples, not specifically like Flint, but as you were saying before, kind of revenge tales. People who've had their families destroyed or taken away by those same governments, who then turn to a life like that as a way of getting back.
Because there's no other way. I mean, you can no longer. I mean, and maybe like I understand. See, that's the thing that I don't want to get mistaken. I understand where Flint is coming from. You know, you can no longer be a part of that world knowing what's been done. You know what I'm saying? You can no longer be a part of that world, you know what I'm saying, knowing what you know and knowing what, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to reconcile that. So, you know, so you basically take to, you know, so you take to a whole nother way that you never thought that you would, because now you come to understand why some people have turned to this in the first place now. You know, some other people have
that is the only possible avenue of taking revenge in any kind of meaningful way against the people who have wronged you.
I mean, because when you have a power, that's a power, and they've done what they've done, and they know what they've done. They're not going to allow you to just, you know, they're not going to now all of a sudden hold the people accountable that they know have done what they've done. You know, so it's no way. Like I said, there's no way to reconcile that. Just no way to reconcile that and try to move on in that world like that didn't really respect you in the first place. You know, and everything like
send
that.
a bunch of angry letters or, you know, protest like this. It's pretty much literally your only way of doing anything that sends any kind of message.
So piracy really became more of a chaotic revolution of sorts.
Yeah, really.
I mean, I say chaotic because no one was really together. Because then when you had the people who were the revolutionaries as the pirates, they were always against each other still.
That's it. Like, there's no. I mean, there's a very base level of unity, but it's not. You know, it's very shaky foundations.
Well, I mean,
very shaky.
Take a look at what happened in the first few episodes of the first season.
Okay, yeah.
You had that what was it, the quartermaster of the Walrus, Singleton, who was trying to take the captaincy away from Flint.
Okay, yeah. Of course. I mean, that's I never knew there was such politics and things like that. That was the one thing that surprised me about this show, is I never realized there was such politics and everything as it pertains to pirates and the stuff like that, especially beyond there in the sea. I knew there was jobs and roles and certain things and certain rules, but I didn't know there was such politics about it. Well, you know, and everything, you know.
Here's something else that's even more surprising to me. Throughout the entire show, all 4 seasons, and this is not that big of a deal to like spoil it because it's not crucial to the story. Not once was it ever mentioned of the existence of a first mate on any of the ships. Not once.
But wouldn't that be that wouldn't be the.
No, it wouldn't be the quartermaster.
And then what was Billy Bones then?
I don't know. I don't know who Billy Bones was, but he wasn't the first mate. But no, there's never on any of the ships that we've ever interacted with across all 4 seasons, not once was a first mate ever mentioned. And
I didn't even think of that. I was kind of just thinking that we're using quartermaster or whatever as like a kind of.
Then it was Gates, but then
terminology.
But Gates was the quartermaster before Flint did what he did.
Yeah, and then Billy Bones was just under Gates. So what was Billy Bones' role?
Billy Bones was never upgraded to quartermaster after Gates.
Technically,
he wasn't. The position of quartermaster went to Dufresne after Gates. Yeah.
There was a moment where he was trying to be under control of the situation, as I remember it.
Yeah, but the only other prominent position on the ship that was ever mentioned was the shipmaster. That was it. That was the only other position. And the Walrus's shipmaster is a guy by the name of De Groot. And I believe he shows up either in season 2 or season 3.
What, like, I was going to say, what does he look like? But I imagine the description would be like, yeah, he's kind of rough and dirty looking at me. Yeah, that doesn't really narrow it down.
He has
I'm not sure if he popped up in season 2.
He has gray hair, and his gray hair is kind of like poofy and a little wavy. And he's an older man.
Not like Randall. Not at all like Randall.
Oh no. Randall's just a cook.
I'm just saying. His gray hair isn't so wavy.
Here. I'll find a picture of the Groot and I'll post it in the Telegram. Let's see, the Groot.
Wait. Yeah, I'll see when the picture pops up, but I think I know the guy you're talking about.
Here, I'll just post his fandom page, the wiki site. Let's see. That's the right channel. Okay.
Like sort of curly gray hair.
Yeah, that's I just posted in the Telegram. That's him.
Let me have a look. Come on now. Okay, yeah, he definitely popped up in season 2.
Yep.
I thought he was in season 1 too, but I guess not.
Yeah, but no, he is.
Oh no, he was in season 1.
I never recognized him in season 1, but no, that's the Groot, and he is he's the shipmaster of he's the shipmaster of the Walrus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he's he's not as prominent a character as you would expect given his role.
He becomes more prominent in the later seasons.
Yeah. Much more of like an opposition.
Kind of. He ends up becoming like an outspoken critic of Flint. Like he does not like Flint at all.
So it's more like he starts speaking his mind instead of sort of doing it behind the scenes like he has been so far.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, he ends up he like there's a part where Flint kind of like gets kicked out of the crew, and Flint Flint kind of like wiggles his way back into the crew, and De Groot is one of the people who's like, oh man, I don't like this. Yeah, like De Groot does not like Flint. He never did.
Shit, I mean, pretty much sort of the main 2 guys you see consistently in season 2 at least not liking Flint, and now that I look at it, I definitely recognize him from season 1 a little bit, not so much. Like I want to say he had very, very little to do in season 1, but him and Dufresne in season 2, pretty much the 2 main guys you really see sort of going at Flint behind the scenes.
The thing about Dufresne is that Dufresne's actor gets changed in season 2.
I was thinking like this guy looks so much less the original guy was just like
he
looks like less of a pussy in season 2. That's the only I was trying to think of a term, and it's just not coming up.
The original actor that played Dufresne ended up developing brain cancer, and he ended
now I feel bad.
Yeah, he ended up dying as a result of that.
Now I feel really bad.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Actually, when he was filming his scenes in season 1, he was suffering through that brain tumor.
I mean, credit to him. I had no idea.
Yeah, neither did I. I noticed the casting change in season 2, so I was like, "Holy shit, what the hell happened?" So I looked into what happened, and I was like, "Oh my god, he had brain cancer! Holy
Yeah,
shit!"
I actually didn't really notice. I figured it was just a haircut and like the actor had worked out a bit more, just become like what he was in season 2, but it's a completely different guy.
Yeah,
God damn.
it's definitely a different guy. But no, I think the new, no disrespect to the original actor, but I think the new actor did a better job making Dufresne come off as more of an asshole.
Oh yeah, like he
Yeah,
definitely like the original guy was perfect as the original version of Dufresne, as
yeah,
like the accountant guy, like the you know I can't won't fight sort of guy who is begrudgingly thrown into it. Whereas season 2, that actor definitely portrays the okay, I tore a guy's throat out with my mouth, with my teeth, and
yeah,
it changed me forever kind of thing.
yeah. But no, this Dufresne, like I said, I won't say specifically what happens, but Dufresne definitely gets what's coming to him,
I,
and
I'm
and
very
it
glad.
is, and what happens is very satisfying.
Good.
Yep.
Because fucking my god, I
Yep.
hated that character so much. Especially just the way he like just all of a sudden got this like I'm king shit sort of mentality that
Yep.
seemed like almost like an overnight development.
My opinion of Dufresne is pretty much the same as my opinion towards Billy Bones. Both of them can eat a whole big bag of dicks.
Oh, hold on a
Yeah.
second.
Billy, at the point in the show I'm up to, I'm still unsure about.
Oh, believe me, it's gonna change.
But hold on a sec. The thing that I really, let me see. There's someone that I particularly have more of an interest in as the things move forward. Let me just try to connect back to it if I could. Real quick, I want to say that I was watching the Netflix the other Netflix show Slasher, and I
What are
gotta
you
say,
up to in that?
I'm up to the installment where I'm really up to the installment where it was the guy, it was the guy who was like just completely living like sexually reckless and just wild out. He basically got killed by some guy, and it was like a lot of people who didn't who sort of like were witness to it and didn't do anything about it to help him, and they were also being stalked by somebody in the similar get up that this person that did that. So
Was that season 3?
I think that's 3.
I think
Because
I
because
only had sort of a look at the overlook of each season, but
2 was the camping one, and that's the one where there was some gay grape. I mean, and they really showed it. I mean, so I'm like, I know I didn't miss anything like that. I'm not saying that it was like that going on in Black Sails, but I'm just saying on that Netflix show with Slasher,
Black Sails knows all about consent. God damn it!
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like,
as far as the gay stuff goes, not so much certain other things, but
Like that, I mean, I was hoping I didn't miss an actual scene. You know what I'm saying? Not that I needed to see it, but I'm just glad that I didn't. I'm just hoping I didn't miss an actual.
I wanted to, but
like that overlook a scene. You know what I'm saying? Like no, because I'm like, okay, I'm good. I don't need to go there. But I mean, I just hope I'm like man, but you looking at the same show? Like what? I missed them doing something?
No. They showed and told enough for you to know what's going on.
Okay,
there was hard pounded rub.
Because on Slasher, that's like I said, show on Netflix. I mean, they really went there with that. I mean, I'm just saying, like, they really went there with it. I mean, even with it being a more unconsensual thing, they really still went there with it too. So it's just like yikes, you know?
Did they at least have some kind of fun 80s song playing, like Take On Me or something?
No. It was
No, so it
was on a fucked up bus. You know what I'm saying? It was on a fucked up dirty bus, and it was just it was just really just it was nightmarish. You know,
raw. Yeah.
It was almost Deliverance like.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is a movie that I will never watch.
I understand.
I mean, it's a great movie, but that is, that scene is tough.
Yeah, so it's kind of, I would say it was, I would say it's Deliverance like, but less playful.
Damn, because that's the only redeeming quality of that Deliverance scene is, sort of the, I guess what you would call like black comedy of the whole thing.
Yeah, it's less playful.
Mm.
Yeah, so sorry, didn't mean to go there, but I'm just saying, like,
I gotta do it. Do.
You just what was just that?
I'm sorry, I had to.
Well, you know what? In honor of you, Damian, take on me. Okay, maybe that was
Come on, hit that high note. I fucking dare you.
No way, pal.
No one can.
No way, pal. I'm gonna keep it more on the lower levels. I'm too sexy for my shirt. I'll keep it right around there.
Really? Give me the Ernest Borgnine from basketball now?
What? Did I miss? He did that?
Yeah. You
remember I know that scene.
Ernest Borgnine's funeral?
Huh?
Yeah.
Reading, yeah.
He's like, I want everyone to leave the room. And I just want me and Coop. Hey, Coop, remember that time we went to AC? And then Ernest Borgnine does the I'm too sexy for my shirt. And of course, no one leaves the room. Like the entire funeral is still there while he's doing this kind of sexy. I think he pulls his shirt down a little bit.
Oh my God.
Oh, I love that movie so much.
It's so good.
About that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And the best part of that entire movie is that apparently Trey Parker and Matt Stone hate that movie because they're not the ones who came up with it.
It still blows my mind all these years later that they didn't write it.
Yeah.
Because it seems exactly like they would have written it.
Yep.
It's like it was written for them. Like, I know the guys who did write it, have written many great things, but it seems like they wrote it for themselves.
Yep. Yeah. Another favorite part of mine is the part where Squeak is in like the stands and he looks at the chick from the bar. It says like, hey, Reamer, it's the chick from the bar. And the Reamer's like, that's a dude. It's like, that's impossible. It's like, I'm telling you, that's a guy. And then he just starts describing her. It's like she's got the sweetest Adam's apple. And I'm like, no, that's a dude.
One of my favorite things of all time is when I think it's the party at the start of the movie. And Coop and Reema go up to this guy, and they're like, "Hey, Skidmark Steve, what are you doing? Still hanging out playing Nintendo?" He's like, "Actually, I just finished my 4th year of med school. What are you guys doing?" So, hanging out, playing Nintendo. I still identify with that scene.
So by the way, are we cool with? Are we just kind of bouncing? Or are we kind of into the second season now? Or
I don't know where we are, to be honest.
Yeah, we kind of just been like going back and forth between season 1 and 2.
I will say, as a broad, just like a broad statement about the show so far, season 1 was good. I liked it. Season 2 was fucking amazing.
Yeah.
I enjoyed season 1. I watched it in probably, I think, three different segments. Season 2, I started watched the entire thing in one shot.
But do you guys really get why? Okay, do you guys completely get why Vane did what he did? You know what I'm saying, when it came to Captain Lowe?
Come on, let's face it. The reason why he did what he did, is because he wanted to protect Eleanor. He did it to protect her.
You think so?
Because on some level, he still has feelings for her.
Yeah. Okay. You think so?
I think that I found that to be one of the most sort of straightforward motivations in the show.
Yeah.
Because you see her completely burn that with him.
Okay, but
it's also one of the main reasons why I don't like Eleanor. I really don't, and we find out later in the show's run, especially in season 3 and 4, that especially in season 3, that Eleanor is, oh my god, I would go as far as to say that Eleanor is probably one of my least favorite characters in the show. It's just I do not like her at all.
I heard that she was. I was definitely seeing the signs later on that she was starting to go gonzo a little bit, go sinister.
Let's just say that she goes full dark side.
But see, here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Was Captain Lowe completely wrong in his assessment? when Charles Vane was on the ship, was he completely wrong with his assessment that his guys wouldn't have backed some play simply because of Eleanor Guthrie?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So he was right on that assessment. So that's why I believe. So that's why I believe the finding out of what that secret prize was the thing that he needed to galvanize those guys to do that. Otherwise, he would have had no real reason to do anything to Captain Lowe. Really, I mean, no matter how much he cared about Eleanor, he couldn't rightfully do anything. He was given an opportunity to say so right then and there in his own place.
And what it is the guy said, I don't see why we would have any reason to do blah blah blah, right? And he's like, yeah, right.
So that's where I think that but I think that to find something, I think that's why. Okay, and I'll give Max some credit. She loves to act like a mystic. You know what I'm saying? Everything like that. Call me now. You know what I'm saying? But
this Cleo fucking bitch. Am I the only one who's just does she annoy anyone else like she annoys me?
It's not so much annoyance, but it's just so much oh God, you know what I'm saying? It's more eye rolls because she thinks she's such a mystic. But I would say that he was looking for a reason to move on Captain Lowe for Guthrie. So I agree with you in that sense, Run. I'll agree with you in that sense that basically that there is some care there. But if he didn't have the proper motivation to do the operation that he ended up doing, then he wouldn't have been able to do it, and he wouldn't have done it. That's how I look at it. He had to find a way, so that's why he went to the brothel to see if he could find this, this secret, because of that secret was something that could be that can motivate some people to, okay, we need to get this prize. Then that's perfect. If it's not worth it, then and they're not going to be motivated by it, then I can't do it.
And then how, like, I'm not sure what the timeline, because this show, like, so far, the first 2 seasons, what are we? We're in the timeline of about 2.5 weeks-ish? Like, not ignoring the flashbacks. Like, we're only about, like, maybe 3 weeks at the most.
I would say over the course of the first, not the first of all 4 seasons, I would say it is maybe at most a year.
Okay.
Because yeah,
of all 4 seasons, it's about a year.
Wow.
Because yeah, the first 2, they're constantly making references to certain time points. I'm like, so this has to be like, yeah, maybe 2.5, 3 weeks at the most.
Yeah.
Wait, which mean each season?
Yeah, like collectively for season 1 and 2, it's like maybe 3 weeks.
Of filming or of like the time?
No, the actual, like the show's actual like timeline.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. But then, of course, in season 3, over the course of that season, I would say maybe, you know what? I'm not entirely sure. But it would have to be between season 2 and season 3. It would have to be a few months. It would have to be.
Because I wonder sometimes, because with all that sea life and the boats and everything like that, it's just hard to it's hard to gauge.
Yeah,
I feel like,
you would think it would be longer, but I'm just thinking of various references made during the show.
The reason why
this can't be more than a few weeks.
The reason why I say it's a few months in between season 2 and season 3 is because of how season 3 opens. Flint has completely changed after what happened with crap. What was her first name? Barlow.
Miranda.
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you.
What happened with her? After what happened with her, he went down a downward spiral, and he's completely gone down the deep end after that.
Which can I just talk about that scene? Like the whole build up to that.
Yeah.
I feel like I almost should have known it was coming, but
yeah,
just that entire time, because that entire sequence where they're confronting
Peter Ash.
Peter Ash.
Yeah.
About what happened with James Hamilton, about him being hospitalized, because of his homosexuality sickness, let's say, whatever the fuck they called it back then. But when they're talking about him telling him out,
you mean they committed him?
Yeah, they literally put him in a hospital.
No, they know he was committed, and they were under the impression that he died while being committed. So as far as they're aware, he is dead. Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, that whole thing, where they're sort of, she recognizes the clock, which the first time she recognizes the clock, I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this? Because she's just staring at the clock, watching it sort of tick, and they keep cutting back to her face, and she's got this sort of weird look, and she doesn't tell Flint, or doesn't really have time to tell him. Then it comes out at the dinner sequence between the three, and that whole time, the whole situation is escalating, where they're sort of realizing things and starting to confront Ash about this whole this whole thing. And the whole time, she's in the back of my mind, I'm just those guys are just right outside the door. So I should have known it was coming, but she's when she starts yelling at him, she's like, I want this all you've built to burn to the ground, and I want you to swing by the noose. And I think her last words, something like, I want to, damn it, what was it? It was something like, I want to pull the lever with my own 2 fucking hands, and then bam, she gets shot in the head. To me, that was one of the like great death scenes on TV. One of those just sort of like, holy shit.
Yeah, that was a good death scene. I really liked it. I thought her actress did a very good job.
Yeah, that whole scene, the timing of it and everything, like, that was so goddamn good. And I should have seen it coming. Didn't at all until it actually happened.
I didn't see it coming either. It's just when it happened, I dropped my remote on the floor and I just said out loud, "Holy shit! Did that just happen?"
Yeah, I didn't drop my remote because I was laying down and it was next to me, but I would have if I had it in my hand.
I saw things escalating, and when shit escalates on a TV show that I'm into, I get up from my couch and I just stand in front of my TV, and I'm like, okay, something's about to go down, man. I'm fucking ready. Yeah.
Yeah, goddamn, like I didn't see her going out like that.
Yeah.
Really didn't.
Yeah. But I was very happy with how things ended with Peter Ash, where Flint
that was
he just stabbed him in the gut, and he just bled out there while he watched his entire town get blown to hell by cannon fire.
That entire ending sequence of that episode where they just fucking laid waste to Charleston, was it?
Yeah, Charleston. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God, was that great? Like, it just felt like, in the context of all these characters, what they've been through, and yeah, her last words, it's just like, it just felt so satisfying.
Yeah.
And, damn it, there was a quote from Flint where he's just like, something like, I'm going to let her last words be the last thing you see, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just, damn, was it good. Like, he fucking stabs the guy in the gut, just literally lets him lay bleeding to death on the ground while he watches, quite literally, everything he's built burn or, lay in just fucking shrapnel on the ground. It was perfect.
Yeah, Flint really came to the surface with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But poor Barlow, though, she had her corpse fucking, people throwing fruit at it. That sucks.
Yeah, I fucking hated that.
I mean, so you gotta, but again, I still gotta say, I'm still firmly in the corner of Charles Vane. You know what I'm saying? He did like I said, that Ned Low thing was a surprising thing. I mean, it was built. It was hinging upon finding something that would be prized enough to motivate his guys to go, you know what I'm saying, to move on that ship and on that captain. So, and then everything else, I mean, come on, guys. Helping Flint.
I thought that made sense, because he's a guy, like, as much as it seems like he's sort of, a lot of the time, he's a guy who sees the bigger picture, even if he's more, I guess, more primal in the way he goes about it. He still sees the bigger picture.
Yeah,
and like he was saying, like seeing the most, I can't remember the exact quote, but seeing the most prolific pirate hanged in the center of Charleston does nothing for the future of anything that we're doing.
And let's not forget what Vane's quartermaster did to Silver.
Oh yeah, cutting off his fucking
Didn't cut it off.
Well, he brutalized his lower leg enough that it needed to be cut off.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I thought it was kind of touching that the crew of the Walrus were kept telling him, it's like, don't worry, we'll look after you. We'll take care of you. And it's just, I was like, what? Like, not a week ago, you were beating the shit out of him every time he tried to speak to you. And now you're like,
that was fun. I loved the way that progressed. Where it's like, what was he doing? It's like his daily update about what unnamed crew members have been up to.
Yeah.
First few times was like, this unnamed member from the rigging crew has been caught, stealing from a sleeping member of blah blah blah. And then when you get to like the third one, Flint's like, what the fuck are you doing? This is stupid. And he gets to the last, like the third iteration or whatever. It's like, this unnamed member of whatever part of the crew was seen entering the milking goat's chamber or whatever. And the goat's, damn it, the goat's, anus was, the goat's anus was not in a good state. I can't remember the exact quote. I wish I could. It was so funny. And then, because previously all these guys had gone up to punch him because they were the guy. And then he went up to punch him after the goat's anus thing. And he's like, yeah, right? Yeah. You fucked the milking goat. And then they beat the shit out of that guy. I did the worst job of explaining that, but goddamn, was that funny?
Yeah.
Man, you know what? I'm going to say this because I'm running in that time where I need to decompress and everything like that.
Yeah.
I am enjoying and everything like that, but I just
mean, how long have we been going now? Like 4.5? I can't remember when we started, and StreamYard apparently still says we're scheduled, so the fuck knows. But I think we started about 4.5 hours ago, ish.
Yeah.
But I definitely got to say that maybe I'm getting a little too off base in my conspiracy theory about Pirates of the Caribbean and everything like that. But I definitely feel like I just can't help but to have this feeling that fucking Jack, even that hat. Like,
as I said, I'll give you Jack. I'll definitely give you Jack. I can see what you mean there. And Bonnie and Keira Knightley, yeah, not so much.
Okay, but somewhere. But yeah, I don't know who Orlando Bloom is.
Also, Jack and John Silver, both Australian. I don't know if there's more, but those two.
Wow. Okay.
Jack, I don't know from anywhere, but John, I recognize from a shitty soap opera from Australia called Home and Away, which my parents watch. I remember seeing him pop up a couple times on that show.
He looks like that guy. He looks like that kind of guy. He looks. Yeah. He looks like the guy that would have been like on those type of shows. Like he's part of a new show now, Scrubland.
Never heard of it. Now, Home and Away is it's a show that has 4 or 5 days a week, and it's set on like a beach in Sydney. And I think he was like a surfer dude or something. I don't know. It was just one of those things I'd see anytime I went to my parents' place. I'm like, I hate this show. But I do recall him from it looking roughly about the same.
Okay, and let me some other things I piece together I did want to speak on. Like, how did we feel about who came away with the ultimate prize?
Oh, you're talking about the Urca de Lima.
I didn't like it, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too pleased that it ended up being Jack Rackham and Max getting the Urca de Lima. I wasn't too pleased with that.
Like I like Jack. I don't like Max.
Wow.
But
Yeah, I don't like Max. I really don't.
I think my thing was like these fuckers didn't put in the work.
No,
like Flint's been working his balls off to try and get this shit done while managing all of this other shit, and then these fuckers just come and take it.
But isn't that just piracy at its essence?
Yes, but fuck them.
Yes, it is piracy at its essence, but it doesn't change the fact that both Jack and Max were assholes for ripping it out from under Flint.
And haven't done shit pretty much the entire time.
Nope.
They've just been kind of hanging around. Like,
but wait a minute, but wait a minute. Now Max
has been playing intelligence games with whores, which is sort of like, is that even a game? It's like playing poker with children.
But she helped to restore Jack and you know what I'm saying, and Anne's, you know what I'm saying, presence.
Yeah, but again, like, how much work did that take?
All it took was sharing a drink with Vane and then them hugging in front of like hundreds of witnesses.
But on her part, it was just her pretty much just being like, meh.
Mm-hmm. But
and then Vane was like, all right.
But after some, you know, after whoever had to get the information from, you know what I'm saying, there was some work being done to get that information.
Yeah, didn't someone else do the work though?
I don't know. You know, depends on who it came from.
Because Max has been the madam for a while. Like, she hasn't really done anything.
Yeah, which also, how the hell did that happen?
Well, the other lady, the older lady who thought she could, even though she was getting a sweetheart deal in the first place, thought she could still be on the skim, and that's when he decided to fire her. Not so much fire her.
Yes, I know that's how that's how the old madam got fired, but Max kind of just appointed herself to being the madam.
Because she came in, she yelled at one of the whores, and they were just like, all right, she's good.
More than yelled, she showed her pimp hand was strong.
Yeah,
you know, she did show her pimp hand was strong, and you know, and basically got him to be more honest with the, you know, saying with the givings and everything like that. So, you know, she kind of basically she put the necessary role work in to be able to say, okay, she'll be somebody that they'll respect, I guess, you know, and make sure they get honest, you know.
Yeah, she's one of those characters. Like, yeah, she's got intelligence. I'm not denying that. But when I think of a lot of like the great, cunning, sort of snakish kind of characters on TV, she's more just like she gives people the eyes more than anything. I think.
For me, it's not the eyes; it's the accent. It's just like,
Well, that's why I was sort of like, trying to like the eyes, and just like she gives them the sort of the soft package, and you know, makes the recipient's package hard, and then she gets what she wants.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, I think it's hard. I think it's hard to trust girls with slick accents like that. In my opinion,
yeah.
It's like they have those slick, very, you know, you know what I'm saying? You want to know about this, and it was like, oh, see, no, thank you, no, thank you.
That's it. Like, it's like you just constantly thinking, like, how much is this going to cost me, and what's it going to cost me?
No, it's like, nope, I don't want to get too close. You might, you know what I'm saying? You might take you might scratch my skin or something like that. I don't know what you got going on here.
Yeah,
you know
exactly. Like, ugh.
Yeah, so it's just like, but I would definitely say that it was an unlikely result that I was kind of like, okay, I was in a way, because that was another one that was another sleeper in my opinion. Jack was always my sleeper guy. In a way, you know, Charles Vane, I rooted for Charles Vane because I understand the shit they got in his head, you know, and everything like that, you know, at first.
Did you think his resurrection was kind of ridiculous? I swear they buried him during the daytime, like face down, and then he woke up at nighttime face up and dug his way out of the grave.
Was he really like? He came up like this, or did he come up kind of like this? You know what I'm saying? I thought he kind of came more.
Because I could have sworn he was like buried face down, and it was, I swear it was daylight still. But then when they showed him when he was still underground, not only was he breathing, there was audible breaths, but he was looking up. I don't know, just like the timeline, you know.
We saw him on the inside. Cause I swear,
yeah, because they cut to him like
how much did they really
put on him? His eyes opened.
They really put a lot on him.
Oh, they buried him pretty deep. It looked like.
I mean, because I really didn't. Because I just feel like I don't know. I just feel like
it's not something I'm just like, this is ridiculous sci-fi bullshit. But I was a little just like,
because I feel like I feel like I kind of accepted like they didn't put a whole lot. They put some shit on him that might have been a little heavy, but I just don't know because it's like
would have been at least 4 feet, I think.
If you bury somebody, I mean, they ain't no coming back from that frame. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's
yeah, like if you can dig yourself out, like if you wake up within a very small time frame, I'm sure, but the way they made it seem was like hours.
Yeah, so I don't know. That was I think more than anything, it was a heavy-handed. I think it's supposedly a heavy-handed testament to his his resilience, his toughness,
or
whatever.
Like, it was still cool. I was glad it can't. Like I liked the way that whole thing played out. It was just one of those things where I had to suspend disbelief a little bit, and I struggled with that.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, it just, I remember, like I said, I definitely feel like, what I'm saying, Jack is another guy that I feel like is I don't know. He tries to handle things in a way that it's kind of funny, right? Because there was things that I heard about anyway before we really started getting into this, but it's just like I feel like Jack tries to be a progressive guy in a world that's is overall not as accepting, as welcoming as in his progressiveness. I think not even the females.
Yeah, no, it's like you feel like you can do that if you want, but this is not the place.
Or just even being willing to kind of understand and sort of circumvent and maneuver within a certain situation, where somebody else might be more enraged or whatever, where he's just trying to work it a way to where it's back to a positive and mutually beneficial situation if possible. And I think it just eventually, from what I hear, it didn't work out. That didn't work out so well, even with him and Anne. I mean, have either one of you heard that?
No. I'm sure Charles knows, but
what was the question again?
That even as progressive as Jack tries to be, and when it comes to women and things like that and so forth, that I still felt like that in a world that overall didn't welcome that progressiveness, even the women, that I think it didn't work. I think it ultimately didn't serve him too well, not even when it came to Anne, from what I hear.
I never really noticed it all that much. I never did. I mean, there is a moment where I remember I mentioned that Jack is presented with a choice where he has to choose between Max and Anne, and he ends up choosing Max. And Anne takes that as a betrayal, and Anne kind of disappears at some point. Like she kind of like goes off and does her own thing, and Jack kind of gets worried. He takes this as like a moment where this is the longest that they've been separated for a very long time, and he doesn't know how to react to that.
Yeah, he's like, the only person I ever actually probably cared about is gone.
Yeah,
and I fucked it up.
Yeah, pretty much. But as for like his progressiveness having an effect and all that, I never really noticed it all that much.
Well, I hear. Well, I hear in the real sense. I don't know if you want me to say, but I hear in the real sense that eventually he's left at the very least humiliated by Anne. I'm not sure completely if dead, but certainly humiliated at some point eventually in real
Not
in their real life situation.
So worse than that scene in season 1 where she's trying to fuck him and his dick just won't,
No
perform.
way, no way worse than that. As far as her fury goes. Okay.
that's I don't really recall any type of embarrassment that happens. I don't.
Yeah, not on the show, but I hear in real life.
What in
Or
real
I mean,
life?
whatever.
So he's
yeah,
real too.
yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the real life versions of Jack Rackham and Anne Bonny.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Then I don't know anything about that, but I do know that any embarrassment that may have happened to the real life counterparts of those characters did not happen in the show.
I mean, because you are you aware of his nickname?
Calico Jack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I've heard of Calico Jack before.
Yeah.
Didn't realize it was the same guy.
Yeah. His pirate name is Calico Jack. Yeah.
Flint is fake, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah. I don't know. I was just under the impression that he was an invention of Treasure Island, but again, it's been decades.
And that's what I'm thinking, that they're digging more into the real. I think Black Sails was digging more into the real of the pirates, and doing more than just the Legend of Blackbeard. I think they want you to understand that, like, we're digging more into just the Legend of Blackbeard, but also more into the person that these people were and everything like that. So it's more, it's more of a deeper dive possibly than what people might expect when you think about who, what the Legend of Blackbeard is. Maybe,
apparently, unrelated, but apparently they actually built the ships for this show. Like anytime you see them, or most times when you see them on the sea, that's CG. But they actually did build like replica vessels for this show. And like they built a lot of Nassau. Like apparently it's pretty much anytime you see it, like in a big wide shot where you see the fort and stuff like that. Like they didn't build the fort, and there's stuff like that where it's CG, but there's a lot of practical stuff. And the show actually won I think it was an Emmy. Yeah, it would have been an Emmy for outstanding special effects in a supporting role. Which supporting role tells me that it was kind of secondary.
That was awesome. That is very awesome. And I'm very distracted because I know I've got to be splitting now.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I mean, I think we're getting towards 5 hours. I don't know. It still says scheduled. So who the fuck knows?
11 to 12.
I think we started.
2 to 3. Almost. We're getting there. So yeah, we probably should. All right. We're almost getting there.
Yeah. So Charles, you've got the do you still have the thing going?
The stream? Yes, I do.
Okay.
It's still, the stream is still going, and it's saying that we started streaming 4 hours ago, but it's showing, but that's probably over 4 hours ago.
I don't know.
Because I swear we started nearly 5 hours ago, but
no. I think we started right about. I think we did some more talking, and I think we started right around 11, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see what happens when I press go live, because we haven't gone live yet.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Hopefully this shit gets fixed because, goddamn. All right. So thanks for joining this week.
Mhm.
Next week we've got Black Sail Season 3 and
guess we'll take this weekend to figure that out.
yeah, we'll figure something out.
Yep, we'll figure something out.
We'll have it by Monday.
Yep.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Peace to fingers.
I can actually speak a little Japanese myself. Oh, Godzilla. Don't come in here again. We're tired of you, Godzilla. Keep ruining our stuff. Okay.
Did it cut off or are we live? Because now it's saying we're live. I don't know.
Yeah.